Aunt
Oh,
Donna Lee. She was like my mom.
was she
That would
a
be my
version
aunt
of your
full
mom that was
figured. That was
easier?
my mom's sister. That was my mom's sister.
Did you get along with her really
So I
well?
spent every summer.
Okay.
Oh my God! I spent every
Good.
summer. I was with her more than my mom. I was like summertime,
And,
especially.
and now my mom is saying, she's, my mom is saying, you idiot, I went and got her aunt. I didn't tell you I got her mother. Um,
That's
did,
okay.
I'm going
That's
to say
okay.
something.
That's
It's just,
fine.
did your aunt have big wobbly arms? I'm sorry to put it that way, but I can't. I'm
Yes.
just blunt.
No. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's
Yes. That's my
first
aunt.
thing I
Big
got.
woman.
Big
Yes.
wobbly arms. Right. And she also wore. She had a necklace that I think she likes necklaces, honestly. But I love her. I love her, and I love your mom too. But my mom went and got your aunt. Sorry, mom. My mom's just. My mom's telling me.
My aunt's the character in the family.
Should she dress like a little over the top, but just kind of great? Does she wear a lot of red? Maybe that's why I'm wearing red tonight.
Well,
This
that
is
would have been my
definitely
other aunt, Jackie.
yeah.
That's all sisters. Like you're talking about all sisters. That's all sisters. They might all be there. I don't know. They're all up there.
They're all there. Well, they were kind of like the Three Musketeers. Okay, we've got two aunts, and I've got your
Now,
mother.
see, the wobbly arms would have been Donna Lee, but the red, that would have been my aunt Jackie. She was a redhead and red, fiery red. She was the pistol of the family.
Red lipstick, red. I'm wearing. I couldn't figure out why I put on a red shirt
Oh yeah,
tonight
that
because
was
I
my
never wear
aunt
red.
Jackie.
Yeah, that happens a lot here. Your mom is
And
sort of
that's
a
cool
little
with me.
shy.
Listen,
What?
my mom's very shy.
Yeah, your
My
mom's very
mom's
shy.
shy, very shy.
So Jackie's
Yes,
not
very.
shy. So
No, by no means.
and who's the aunt with the wobbly
She
arms?
always took up for her mom. That would be the older sister. That'd be Donna Lee. Jackie would be the baby, and my mom would be the middle sister.
Three Musketeers. Three people more different you could not find. But
no,
they were held
agreed.
together.
They are all different.
Really different, but they loved each other and their family, and I love that. I love sisters who stick.
My grandma wouldn't have it no other way.
Well, you'd be surprised with kids, you know. I'm just really happy that these three siblings stuck together through thick and thin. Doesn't always happen, trust me. And they all love you. Were you the baby? Why is everybody's making a big fuss over you?
No. I'm next to the oldest. The oldest is passed on, but I'm the next to the oldest. I'm like the matriarch of the family, I guess you would say now.
They are so proud of you.
I got my crowd together finally. I'm glad. I really needed to hear that, especially from my mom. I needed to hear that.
Your mom loves you so much, but she's getting a little over.
Been holding me back.
Oh no, your mom loves you, and listen. Here's the thing. I never believed in life after death until this work, until I accidentally started doing this. I didn't even mean to do this kind of work. So trust me when I tell you that the personality and love survives. And there's a beautiful place we go to. And what your mom wants you to know is don't give up in love. Don't. You have a wonderful person coming towards you. By the time you're 63, you're going to be in a really solid relationship. And it's going to come the day after you're like, you know what? Forget it. I'll spend the rest of my life alone. I'm okay with that. And the next day it's like, ding dong. And I don't know, maybe the FedEx guy is going to propose to you. But you've got a great relationship coming up. Your kids are going to be okay. You did not F them up the way you think you did. She wants you to know that.
Thank God.
And she wants you to know that she always saw the magnificent person you are. She always did. And you know that. You know that, right? You know that she always saw you.
My mom
she
always
saw
had
you.
my back.
She always had your back. She never gave up on you. Yeah.
She raised me to be a good-hearted person. I've always been a good. Even when I was an addict, I still had a good heart. I still wore my heart on my sleeve. You know what I mean?
You have a lovely heart. And you know, when I had my near-death experience, I came back. You know, people think that you have to be a saint or whatever to go to heaven. What I got was that what the good Lord looks at is our day-to-day interactions with people, and you make everybody you come in contact with feel important, seen, heard, and special. Got that? That's what you do. And honestly, I think that's what God wants from us, to be kind to each other and to let each other know that we're important and special. And you bring that. I don't care if it's at the grocery store, you talk to the checkout clerk. I don't care if you're at the post office, you make the person selling you stamps feel like, you know, he's.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you
Yes, I
do.
do.
And your mom wants you to know that she always saw that. Always. Got that?
Sure.
And she's so proud
Yes,
of you.
thank you.
She is so proud of you.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, it took you until after she passed, but you know, they see it anyway. They really do.
Yeah, I believe there's more. I believe there's more. I believe there's more than this life.
And there's more in this life for you, is what I want you to know. And that's what your mom
Well,
wants you to
good,
know.
because
That's
I'm
what...
ready to start living.
Good. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. And by the way, I fully
Well,
think
like I said, I'm trying to find me again. I finally think I found me again. Now I'm ready
Yeah.
to start looking. I didn't want to take work. I didn't want to bleed on somebody else. You understand?
Oh, do I understand? Yeah, I understand. You know, and it's when you're,
Yeah.
rather than two halves, one half and another half making a whole, if you're one whole and one whole coming together, you're bigger than the sum of the parts. And you're right, but you are going to have, you've got really good time. Astrologically, you've got something called the Jupiter return going on. Jupiter is the planet of good luck and expansion and opportunity. And if there's one thing you can rely on, it's a planet. It's not going anywhere. It's bigger than you are, and you can lean up against it. So Jupiter is really on your side right now. You're going through what's called a Jupiter return, and you're going to notice that when you start getting specific and badass about what your dreams are, it's not too late at all. You're at the beginning of the next 30 years of your life, and you're going to kick butt. You really, I say that with everything. Oh, you know that though. Yeah. So what I want you to do is stop smoking, or if you don't smoke, then I want you to get some exercise.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I have to quit. Yes, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, if it was up to me, I would just sit in a room and smoke for 24 hours. I freaking love it. But quitting is really important for you right now because emphysema runs in your family, and I don't want you to get that because I want you to be present because we need you, Robin. We need you.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds a little odd, but you're special and you're important, and I'm not blowing smoke. I'm telling you the truth. As one friend of Bill to another, right? Know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Good.
Take all the good. I'll take it.
Well, you've got lovely stuff coming up for you, and I'm going to have to wrap up, but I want you to know that you'll be in my meditations.
For every second you gave me.
Oh, I'm grateful for you. You've got a really lovely energy, and it's going to just float me through the rest of the week. And thank you very much for trusting me with your trust. That came out a little more redundant than a minute.
Thank you.
Dear. Bless you. Oh, that was so fun.
Dear.
Thank you, dear. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was so much. See, I get the best people in the world calling in this show, and I am really grateful for that. Next week, why don't you join them? Show up at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're in Canada, the United Kingdom, the U.S., Australia, New Zealand. We're everywhere. And so you can call in, and I'm here live, and I'm just, my mission is to love and serve. So I'll see you next week, 9 p.m. That color looks great on you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, all. How are we all? I hope we're all well, and welcome again to see you this week. I hope you've had a wonderful week since I saw you last. I will be taking calls today, but also I want to talk about the power of you. Power of you today, and how we are energy, how we are all connected to everything and everybody, and spirit especially. People often ask me, how do I connect to spirit, etc. And I always say I connect to me because I am spirit. My soul sits in me, it sits in my solar plexus, and that's what controls me. However, in my life, I've allowed my human brain to take over and the human energy to dominate, and the human ego. So the brain and the human ego is our worst enemies that we can have. However, I was lucky enough to understand that, I could break my ego, which I did. And that allowed me to suddenly listen to my own soul, my own energy, the power of me. And then I understood how I control me. We are the only things in this life that we can control. We can't control anybody else. We're not responsible for anybody else. We're not responsible for how anybody else feels or anything else. We can only control ourselves. And then we must ask ourselves that question: what kind of a person do we want to become? So if we can only control ourselves, who do we want to be? Who do we want to become? What energy we want to be? And once you know everything about you, good, bad, indifferent, and you come to peace and to terms with who you are in your life and your reality, then you can understand, or start to understand, how other people think, feel, and you can help develop and support and be with them. And most of all, you then understand what it feels like when spirit connect to you, and you can give a message through mediumship. You can also understand the meaning of what energy feels like when you connect with someone, when they're feeling sad, down, happy, elated. How many people out there, how many times do you walk into a room and you can instantly understand and read the energy in the room? When you've walked in on something, or when there's an atmosphere, or you also know when it's a really good atmosphere and everyone's enjoying themselves. How many of you experience that? How many of you experience just a feeling out of nowhere, and suddenly you get a call, or you get news that something's happened, or good news that someone's about to announce a baby, or they're getting married? How many times can you relate back to that moment before you got that information that you knew something was coming? There's an intuition, just a knowing. So if we can control ourselves, and we can understand ourselves, and we can understand how to read energy, we understand how we're all connected. And everything affects us, not just other people's energy, food, things that we ingest, smoking, alcohol, situations we're in, environments we're in, objects we hold. What's the meaning to them? Are they negative, positive? Everything has a meaning. Everything has a connection in some way, a frequency, a vibration, a resonance. We all know about the opera singer that can sing a tone and shatter crystal glass. That's done with vibration and frequency and resonance. So how do we transfer that to our everyday lives? You know, we can get down and depressed and we notice that we're feeling low. We always say, I'm feeling low today. I'm not feeling great. I'm feeling low. That's because your vibration is low. You could have a virus. You could have a cold. You could have an infection. You can have anything. You could have mental health issues. But out of all of that, does it do? What's the common denominator? It's a low vibration and you're feeling low frequency, low vibration. And we have the power to change that. So when we're feeling low, for whatever reason, we can lift ourselves. Yes, grant you friends, family help you do that as well. But we have the power, we have the energy ourselves to lift ourselves. And that can be done various different ways, surrounding yourselves with happy people, playing your happiest song, being kind to you, having your hair done, go and buy a new outfit, go to the gym, do something that has a positive energy and raises you. And most of all, and most importantly of all, we have to be aware of our thoughts and our thinking, because our thoughts and our thinking dictate fundamentally and subconsciously our moods. So when people talk about positive thinking and people think it's a load of old hogwash or whatever, it isn't. It truly isn't. I guarantee if you tell yourself, you look at yourself in the mirror every single day, at least once, and tell yourself that you love who you are, that you love you. Actually say it out loud. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, I love you every day. And I guarantee you within a week, you will feel completely different about yourself. You will feel that you actually do start to begin to love who you are. We lose the ability to believe in ourselves. When we're children, we're innocent and we don't hold on to things. We let things go, and children are very resilient, mentally resilient. It's not until we become adults that we understand the gravity of some of the things, some of the traumas, some of the triggers that we've experienced in our lives. And that will automatically bring our vibration down when we recall and recollect past traumas and past triggers. Now, I'm not saying you should just completely dismiss them. You shouldn't. You should face them, even if it takes going to find professional help and getting therapy, but face them, deal with them, work through them, talk about them, understand them. And the more you understand them, the more you deal with them, the more you understand about yourself. And you grow stronger each day by dealing with these issues that you have to go through, that your own personal battles, your own personal paths, and at times you feel completely alone, that nobody loves you because of that. You feel isolated. But in actual fact, you're not. You are being watched. You are being guided by spirit. But the other reason why we sometimes feel alone, because our path is our own path. And we have to walk that path alone. Yes, we have friends and family and people that come into our lives and leave our lives, but ultimately our path is our own. And we have the choice on where we want that path to go and what direction we want to take it. Yes, we have the realms of reality to consider. It's not like I can turn around and suddenly say, I want to be the quarterback for the New York Giants next week. That's reality-wise impossible. But I have positivity within the realms of my own life and my own abilities. And I drive forward my life now with my decisions. And I live by my decisions. I take responsibility for my life. And I wake up each day now happy that there's a new day and there's something new to do. I know it's a cliche, but I genuinely go out there and enjoy life. Every little situation, even if it's just going to the shops to buy this weekly shopping, I still find the joy in something. So as I said earlier, guys, if you want to join in and call in and talk to me about your experiences, how you feel energy works with you, what your connection is to energy, what your connection is to the universe, to spirit, to the higher power or higher being that you believe in. What is your faith? What is your belief? There's no right or wrongs here. It's your life, it's your path. The kingdom of God is within you and all around you. Think about that for a second. So if it's within you and all around you, then you're God of your own little world. You're God. You make the decisions of where you want your life to go. You make your life what you want it to be. And you put that energy out into the world. You put that energy out into the universe. And believe me, the gifts that come back from the universe will come back tenfold. So put it out there. Manifest your dreams. Manifest your life. Become what you want to become. And you will live a happy life. So as I said earlier, call in. Let's hear your thoughts. Let's see what you've got to say. Because I love hearing what people say, and from different parts of the world, everyone has their own opinions and thoughts and belief systems, and it all enriches the ingredients of the cake that we're baking. You know, so Liana in New Britain, Ileana, are you there from New Britain, Connecticut, USA?
Yes, yes, I am.
And how are you today?
I'm doing very well, and yourself?
I'm actually very well, a little bit under the weather, got a bit of a cold coming, but again, me, myself, and I feel great, and life is for living.
That's awesome.
And what can I do for you
Very
today?
optimistic. Well, I would like a reading, maybe.
You like to
I don't
read yourself?
know.
No worries, no worries. I will be honest, Ileana, when I connect to your energy, just as I'm hearing you talking, I do feel like your energy is quite low at the moment, as I was talking about low energy at the moment. And I don't know if that's just your character, just where you are, or you're feeling a bit under the weather or a bit drained at the moment. But I do feel that you're quite tired, and my throat is constricting as I connect to your energy, which usually means communication and emotion. And it's almost like there are some words you need to start speaking your own truth towards certain people around you. Would you understand this?
Yes, I do understand that.
You know, I feel
I
like
do.
you feel like life is you're wading through treacle at the moment. That everything's hard work and it doesn't need to be. And again, I just feel I got a feeling that you feel isolated, that there isn't anyone to have your back or to support you at the moment. You feel like you're fighting everything on your own.
Yeah, definitely.
Would would you
I
understand I'm
wish I
being
had a
shown?
breakthrough.
I understand. Would you understand that I get the feeling they're showing me that a few years ago, or when you were young or whatever, you were actually quite a happy-go-lucky person. You're joyous. You sort of enjoyed life, and you like to laugh and giggle and see other people enjoy themselves.
Yes, definitely
And
true.
and you've lost that a little bit, doesn't it? It feels like you've lost your spark a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
I understand that completely. Um, I'm being okay. I'm being shown, and again, I know this is a cliche, but I'm being shown that you need to give yourself some love, Ileana. You need to look after who you are. You need to start to heal yourself, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally, and start to understand that you have a voice and understand that you are worthy, you know, and also understand, and not in a horrible or arrogant way, but understand that if people want to be in your life or want to be a part of your life, that they have to prove themselves to you just as much as you do to them.
Right.
And
That's correct.
stop allowing people to keep on taking from your life without giving anything back.
Yep.
You feel completely drained, sweetheart, and I understand that. And I feel I've got a lady with me, an older lady. She's bent over a little bit as though she had problems with her back towards the end with a walking stick, or she had problems standing up straight. But she's got a lot of love for you. Um, what are you telling me, sweetheart? What are you showing me? Right. She's showing me if you keep allowing people to drain you and drain you of your life energy and keep on doing what's happening, I can see. Please excuse the expression. I find it quite funny. But also, she's saying, she said she can see you becoming an old lady too soon. And what that means, what I'm taking that, I mean, it's like you're not a dull lady, and you're becoming dull, or life has become dull for you, and it feels like you're not moving forward anywhere because people have drained your life force. Does that make sense? Your life energy just to get up and live life.
Yep, that makes sense.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why is she showing me a teddy bear with a dicky bow or a bow around its neck?
She probably gave me that once when I was younger.
Okay. She's showing me that, and I feel like they're trying to show you that the spirit are around you. They are trying to give you love. In actual fact, they're showing me you've had in the last few days a couple of emotional moments where they've said we've actually been around you and you felt like someone was around you.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah,
I've been,
that's them trying to let you know that they are with you. And it's almost like they give you a figurative hug just to sort of make you, to sort of calm you and to, stem the tears a little bit. But they're saying you're going through this time, this change, and you will go through this change. There's a lot of changes going on, but there's a lot of changes going on for everyone at the moment, sadly to say. But they're saying once you've gone through these changes and you've come out the other side, you will feel like your old self again. You will have that fire back in your belly. You'll have a bit of spark and you will have a bit of sass about you again. Does that make sense?
yeah. Yeah, it does.
Just believe in you, Eliana, yeah?
Yeah,
Believe in what you want
definitely.
to do. Believe in what you want to do and believe in, yeah, just in you. Listen to your stomach, listen to your intuition. It's screaming out to you, trying to show you what it wants to do.
Okay. I'm
Because you are
trying to
quite
connect to
intuitive,
that, and
aren't you?
it's kind of hard.
I understand, but you're quite intuitive, though, aren't you? I'm being shown,
Yeah.
right? You need to
Yes.
listen to that. You need to
Okay.
listen to that intuitive part of you. Stop allowing your brain to rule your life.
Right.
Okay. And I feel that
Okay.
if you start doing that, things will start to turn for you. I also feel that you've got either another job coming up or you're starting a new job relatively soon, because I do see a new job or a new source of income is coming your way in the future in the next month or two. So keep an eye out for that. That will help, and it will also help with your healing, because I feel it will put you amongst some people that you'll really get on with and understand and quite enjoy being around.
Sure.
Okay, Liliana, I do have another call coming in, so please stay in touch. Let me know how you get on. Please call in again if you wish. All right, and
All
please
right.
take their love, spirit's love, and just believe in you, Liliana. Believe in who you are. Listen to your intuition.
Thank you. I will.
You're more than welcome. You take care. Okay, I've got Miriam in Toronto, in Canada. I hope you're well, Miriam. Oh, we lost her. Not a problem. But as I was saying there to Ileana, to everybody, believe in who you are. Listen to that silent voice deep within who you are. Your intuition, your soul sits in your stomach. Your stomach gives you a lot of signs and signals. Knotted stomachs, butterflies, anxiety, nervousness, excitedness. It all comes and stems from your stomach. And you have to constantly be aware of that, listen to that silent voice deep within you. That voice that talks to you throughout the day that we constantly dismiss. We constantly, push away. We constantly dismiss and ignore. And then we find out later on that if we'd only just listened to that voice, that we wouldn't have had the problem or the issue that we've ended up facing, or the situation we wanted would have been resolved nice and easily, or everything would have gone nice and smoothly. But because we didn't listen to ourselves, we didn't listen to that silent voice. So and I'm a firm believer in spiritualism. I'm a firm believer that it isn't all about mediumship and giving readings and psychic things and reading other people's energy. First and foremost, your first step is you. Find the peace within you. Find who you are, and if you already do or you have done, fantastic. And then you're ready for the next step, to read other people's energies, to read the energies around the world, to understand how different moon phases, different planetary phases, retrograde, etc., blue moons, full moons, super moons, they all affect us. And how do they affect us? They affect us by electromagnetic fields. And we, as a human body, as a living being that works on electromagnetic fields, electron pulses, our brain works by electric pulses, things like that, they get affected by frequencies and vibrations and electromagnetic fields. So there could be times when you're feeling down and low and depressed, when there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. There's nothing going on in your life to make you feel that way. So why do you? Well, be aware of your environment, be aware of what's going on all around and in the universe, because this all affects us in some way. So be aware of that, be aware of the energy, and understand what's going on. Is that Valerie in Riverside, California? Valerie?
Yes.
Valerie in Riverside,
Hi.
California. How you doing, Valerie?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm good. I've got to say, you've got a lovely positive tone to your voice, quite high. You may not be feeling that, but I think you're a person that tries to see the bright side of life.
Yes, definitely.
Good on you. So what do you think of energy? How do you connect?
How do I connect?
Yeah, how do you connect to spirit and
Spirit?
all that around you? Yeah.
I climb a mountain every morning and I meditate every day.
And how does meditating every day, what does that do for you?
Well, it helps me stay in the moment throughout the day. So if I
Say
get
that again,
upset
sorry.
or anything, I could just go back to that place much easier if I do it on a regular basis.
Exactly. Every day or every couple of days, whether it's 5 minutes or an hour, but taking that
Yeah.
time to just connect to you again gives you that calmness and allows you to deal with things in the day in a calm manner, doesn't it?
Yes. Very helpful.
I mean, you've hit the nail on the head that you do it because it allows you, when you get stressed, unhappy, or whatever, you meditate or you do these things. So you're learning that you control your emotions.
Yes. And I wish others would do that too.
But you and me both, Valerie. But don't you think, though, that the last couple of years, with all what's gone on in the world, don't you think that a lot more people have actually started to turn towards spirituality and energy, and that there's something more than just a materialistic life?
Yes, yes. I wish they would have taken the internet also, though. I think if people went inside for that time, it would have been mind blowing. If they
Yeah,
had no social media and stuff. I stopped social media about 25 days ago, and I'm much happier.
I've heard a lot of people that have done that, actually, and I think that's fantastic, that people sort of
Yeah,
step away from social media and all that, and and start to live in the moment again. You know, we're so
Yes.
fixated. We're so fixated with the societies that we live in that we have to control what happens in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, and we're all programmed and taught about planning and all that. And I can understand that when you have responsibilities and everything, but we can't lose living in the moment at the same time.
Right. Yeah. I'm much happier. I look at my children's things, but that's how I saw Connie's message
And
for the reading, and my grandchildren's things. But I don't look at political things or anything like that for about almost 30 days now.
I bet you it's helped you create stronger bonds and relationships with people in your life.
Well, I don't have very many people in my life, sir.
Sorry?
I don't have very many people in my life right now, so the bonds I've had for a long time. I was living in Mexico in a trailer working remotely for 2 years, and I just kind of hermited out, and I just came back to the United States to be with my children.
I understand.
So it's a big step. So that's why I wanted a reading.
No, I understand completely. And I'm just how you just said that about you hermited away for a couple of years. It's almost like when you were saying that, I felt like, it's almost like you were sent out into the wilderness to discover you. It's almost like you had to find things out about you, and not just you, but on a very deep and fundamental level, and understanding what's right and what's wrong, and what you believe in. It's a very fun. It's almost like a very, without meaning it, it's almost like a very religious context to it. It's almost like Moses being, banished in the wilderness and all that for a little while, and Jesus and everything. It's very much like that. It's almost like you had to go away. This is a very soulful journey that you're on. Your whole life, it feels like you are definitely on a soul's journey with your life at the moment. And I think the 2 years that you had hermited away is part of that journey. And I do feel that spirit, energy in the universe is saying right now, you need to step up to the plate. But you're living it with the newfound knowledge that you have. Does that make sense to you? A real deep spiritual fundamental knowledge. You now need to live the life with your children with that knowledge. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I wasn't actually in Mexico for longer, but I was very stressed out for 2 years.
Yeah, I've just been told, Valerie, and I know you'll know this term, you're a light worker. You've been switched on.
Definitely.
You've now been switched on, and you know this by the energy that's going on around the world at the moment, right? You've been switched on because it's now time to start work. All of us light workers, we're all being called to arms, as it were. We now have to get out there and show love, light, compassion. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
So that deep knowing that you've got at the moment, Valerie, you know the path you're on. You've just rung in for confirmation, I feel. And I feel what I've just told you has confirmed you, that deep knowing that you haven't told anybody. You're on a deep, soulful path. You've been called to arms now as a light worker. So crack on. I'm going to have to cut the call short now, sweetie, because I'm about to run out of time. I've literally got seconds left. But thank you ever so much for calling in, Valerie. Please follow the show. Follow my website, The Universal Mechanic. It's lovely to speak to everyone. And Ileana, I hope you be able to lift yourself up. But you understand, guys, the power of you, the belief of you. Understand that knowing, that deep voice within you that's trying to direct you on the path of life. Listen to that. Yes, you will go through disruption, but you will get there. And have a happy life. And I'll see you next week. Take care.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Mini Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, welcome. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio. Happy Hump Day today. I am excited to be on today as usual. And I have a feeling we're going to have another amazing episode tonight on my podcast. So I'm hoping that you all had a great week. And about you guys, but here in Utah, we're starting to see the fall colors come on the leaves. So if you're in a state where you get to actually experience the different seasons, it's beautiful. So we're starting to see temperatures drop, which makes me a little sad, but I'm actually excited to see the fall come because I feel like that's one of my favorite holidays of all times is Halloween and my favorite season. So I actually am a summer girl, but I sure do love the fall time. Went out today and put all of my fall stuff out, and I thought about putting all of my Halloween witchy stuff, but I thought, all right, well, we'll do this, in the correct order, I guess, if you will. I don't know, but anyhow, I am just super looking forward to so many fun things coming. I just finished this last week, had the absolute privilege, if I can talk, the absolute privilege of being able to provide readings at FanX. So here in Utah, kind of like it's Comic-Con, millions of people. I mean, it was incredible. And I went with my paranormal team called WASP. And actually, we're super excited because next week we will be doing a special news episode on Channel 5 KSL here in Utah. And we'll be going out to a very famous, I guess it's kind of like a hotel, castle, home in the Ogden, Utah area. And we're going to be doing a paranormal investigation on the news for the Halloween episode. So that's going to be super fun to do. I think my husband thinks I'm nuts because I love to go out and do paranormal investigations. It's like the ghost hunting stuff, and it's that time of year. So we got that coming up, which will be super exciting. And I'll post on my Mini Medium page and also on my website, mini-medium.com. So my new website is mini-medium.com, and all of my stuff is posted there. And then we had the opportunity to also do readings at an amazing musical concert venue called Super Bloom. And that was this last week as well. And one of the most incredible, very genuine, loving bands, they're called the National Parks Band. So giving them a shout out. I got the beautiful opportunity to read for some of them and meet them. And one of the band members, her name is Sid. She's the one that actually called and said, hey, we would love to have you come and be a part of the venue. So it's amazing. So lots of great opportunities have been coming, and it's all because of you who follow me, who support me, who believe in me. So please know that I am so grateful, so forever grateful for all of you. And then last but not least, October 7th, here in Utah at the Fund Redemption Bar and Grill in Harriman. I will be doing my annual Halloween event there. It's going to be fun. A couple hours of just channeling loved ones in spirit, coming costume. We're going to have drinks and have amazing food, and a DJ is coming. And it's so many fun things. It's such a fun time of year. So hopefully, if you live in Utah, come out and see me then. If not, hop on a plane, come out and see me anyways. So, okay. All right. As usual, we're going to do our weekly affirmation. And this week's affirmation, this is for everybody. So, reminder affirmation is that promise to yourself, things that you are going to do or just, you're going to affirm, right? That's what that means. So, okay, your affirmation for the week says, in my heart, I know that good things are coming my way. So just keep telling yourself, I'm telling you these affirmations, they'll manifest. So keep saying, in my heart, I know that good things are coming my way. So I will post that affirmation on my mini medium page on Facebook and on Instagram, and then also on my website. So, all right, beautiful. So let's go ahead and take my first caller. And this is Rachel, and Rachel's from Texas. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, nice to be talking with you.
Yes, you as well. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, just busy working.
Well, I'm living the dream, right? Living the dream.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
well,
I'm about to go to a concert show to see Tyler Henry, so that's exciting.
Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Oh, I'm so
I know,
jealous.
I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh.
And then I
hope
get
you get
this,
read.
so like it's like the most wonderful day, like I'm in shock right now.
Oh my God. Oh, well, that is a huge compliment to me, Rachel. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love Tyler Henry. I do. I love a lot of his ways of channeling. And I also do what's called automated writing or psychography, like he does. When he scribbles, I do a lot of that as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you're right.
I love it. Well, tell me, what can I help you with tonight?
So, do you speak to the other side?
Hence the name Mini Medium, my friend. Absolutely.
Okay,
that
so
is my
I got so
birthday.
many people. I got all my people up there. So I'm just wondering if anybody wants to connect with me.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I don't know, if you listen to my show every week, just during the day, I'm very mindful of numbers, and that is my guides or that is loved ones in spirit who come and say, this particular number is really going to connect and validate who I am to my loved one. And so let me ask, because I do take a couple callers a night, and then also after my live, after my live podcast on A1R, I do about 2 hours of free readings on my Facebook page on Mini Medium. So just keep that in mind afterwards. If you want to hop on and let me know who you are, and we may be able to even do some more of your reading. But with that said, the number that I've really been seeing today, actually, I had two that pop into my head. I had the number 14, so 1-4, and then also the number 47, so 47. So when I connect with these numbers, just briefly, I'll tell you, it's either the 14th of a month. This is the year 2014, the age of 14. And then the same as 47. 47 will be the age of 47 or the date of April 7th. Do any of those connect with any?
47, but I know 14 for sure. Okay, so my birthday is October 14th. And let's just say, I'm not going to give my social security, but a lot of the digits are 1414. So that's crazy.
Okay. Say that again, hon. I'm sorry.
So in my social security number is the 14. And my birthday is October 14th.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I got to figure out what 47 means, though. I got to think on that one.
Yes. So the 14 would just validate that your loved ones are saying, yes, Rachel is, here's her birthday, the 14th, and now she's going to be meeting with you. So yes, think about that 47. Like I said, it'll be April 7th, or someone could be born in 1947. So this would be someone in what their 70s. They would have passed and would have been, 70, what, 75, 76, 76 about. So just keep that in mind. But I'm going to focus for a moment because I do want to see, I'm picking up on any of your loved ones. So let me tell you right away. I have got. Oh wow. Okay, I've got a father that's stepping in. So has your dad passed or a father figure?
No, no.
Okay, so this is definitely a male. So this is a father. Um, Now I know that of course the older we get, we have grandfathers that pass. So do you have a grandfather on the other side?
No, I don't have a grandfather. I have somebody that was black. He was really old, but he wasn't kin to me, but I called him my uncle, and we
Okay.
were real
Okay.
close.
Very close with him. Oh, oh, see, they're already messing with my electronics. So you said, Rachel, you were close with him, correct?
Uh-huh. Well, yeah,
Okay.
we did a lot together.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if this is who this is I'm connecting with. Um, Boy, he's he already was messing with my connection there. I'll tell you, the minute I start channeling, they want to mess with my phone. Um,
I love
and
that.
Yes, I do too. I love when they start to do that. So, and he just showed me the number 61. Boy, that's a very big number. So, this will be the age of 61, or this can even be June, the month of June, or January. So there's some connection with that. Do you connect with that right away with him?
Mm, I don't know what the age he was when he passed. He could have been that age. I'm not sure,
Okay,
but
okay,
he
just
might
keep
have.
that
I
in
don't
mind.
know.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine, honey. Keep that in mind. Um, Now he is
Are you
coming
able
through
to
with,
speak to anybody specifically if I ask?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, my sister, I really would love to speak to her.
Okay, hon. Okay, okay. Let me see what if I can get anything there. Um, okay. I just heard a three-syllable R name, so I'm getting like Rebecca, um, three-syllable R name just right now. And then she's showing me a single. I'm getting a single white rose right now. So there's something about the rose or roses. Um, but then I do hear the three-syllable R name. So if it's not connecting right away, take it with
Well,
you. Um,
could it be Lorraine? No.
is that your sister?
No, well, her middle name's Lorraine.
Okay. No, this is three-syllable R. So keep that in mind, Rebecca. Um, like
My
Rolanda.
name's Rachel.
This would be the three syllables. That's okay. Keep it in mind, hon. But do you connect with the white roses? Why I'm seeing white roses very specifically.
Hmm. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember the funeral or anything because I was in, that state of shock still.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let me see what else I can get. Because you have many on the other side, by the way. You have many. So
I have
I'm looking
more
at the.
people that were close to me on the other side than I have to here.
I'm
I lost
so
them all.
sorry, hon. You did, and that could be why we're getting so much information at once. Because the minute that you open up, I call it that portal. They all want to come in. So, um, but okay. So, if this is sister, I'm starting to feel. Um, Now, she comes across the female that I'm starting to pick up on right now, that her passing is very quick and very unexpected. I feel like her soul is taken from her very fast. Does that connect with your sister?
Yeah, she died very unexpectedly. Like,
Okay,
she took her own life.
she did. Okay, okay, hun. Yeah, and
I
I
don't know
feel
if that
like
was
that.
too much information, but
Yeah, no, that's fine, hun. Um, and one thing I'll tell you, uh, she very much, the visions I keep getting right now, is a lot of the very doves. That's the bird. I keep seeing the doves, the white birds. So, um, boy, she loves to use the color white because of the white roses and the white doves. So please keep that in mind, okay?
she
Um,
had a white car.
she very much is very, she likes the white. I don't know what that's about. um, but she definitely does. She's making my body feel full of toxins at the moment. So did she take something? Did she ingest
Yeah,
something?
yeah, she
Okay,
overdosed on a bunch of pills.
she did. Okay.
She
I'm so
intentionally.
yeah, and she does come across as being that she did struggle with the depression. She did struggle with a lot of even uh, past past demons, as she's shown me. Just really struggled with a lot of her past things that she had, that were happening to her back even when she was a child. So I do feel like she's struggling or was struggling while she was here in the physical world with a lot of that too. Um, she is showing me two children connected to her. Did she have children?
Yeah, she had 3.
She had the three. Okay. So she's just showing me two at the moment. So I'm not sure why, but she
One
shows
was
me her.
older. It could be because one was
Okay.
older, and 2, she didn't get to visit them for like 4 years, and that's what was bringing her so down
Ah,
because
gotcha.
they were
Hun. Okay.
littler.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think, a lot of times when souls, are trying to come through, but because they had taken their life while they were here in the physical, sometimes it takes other loved ones to help bring them forward. And I feel that's what's happening here. She's very a little hesitant, not reluctant, but just hesitant. And it can be too that she knows that this reading is broadcast all around the world. So it could be that she's just wanting to keep this more in a smaller private setting. I've had souls do that a lot of time. In 27 years that I've done this, I'll tell you, they still stay that same personality that they were here in the physical world. And I do feel that she was a little bit of a private person, when she was here, and that could be the little bit of hesitation. Um, now, I know I have another caller that's waiting as well, but let me tell you a couple things. I pulled a few cards to see if she wanted to guide me that way. Um, and what's really interesting, I'm going to show it on my live because if you go back and watch on YouTube on Moonstruck TV, you'll see it. One of the cards I pulled is the number 14, Rachel. I just pulled it randomly, and it's this beautiful red temperance card. And so I feel your sister, it would make so much sense why she is showing me your birthday of the 14. And then she has me pull a card with the 14. So this is her way of just wanting to validate that connection with the two of you.
Yeah, she's gonna party with me on my birthday coming up.
Yes, I love it. No, I love it. And the temperance card too. If you think of tempered glass can't be broken. So what this says is that now that she is in spirit, she now feels like she's not broken, no longer broken anymore. Do you understand that?
Yeah, she can now see her baby.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Well, I'll tell you, if you're up and available here in about an hour, I'll be on my Facebook page, my mini medium Facebook. I'm going to go live and
Okay.
do more reading. I would love to see if we can't channel her more, um, because I feel like she's wanting to step forward, but I think just a little reluctant. But the overall feeling that I get from her too, though, I feel, Rachel, is that she's just very at peace. And to me, feels like she's finally more productive on the other side than she feels she was here in the physical. So,
Yeah.
very protective of you, that's for sure. Very protective.
Good. I need her. I need her to be. She's my
Absolutely.
light. Well, thank you
Absolutely.
so much for taking my call.
Oh my gosh, thank you for calling, and I hope to see you maybe on my live in an hour.
Oh, you will. See you soon. Bye.
Okay, hon. Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. Okay, lots of energy that comes in. So let's go ahead and take my next caller. And this is Lucy. Lucy from Arkansas. Hi, Lucy.
Hi, it's Ann Allen. You know me.
Oh my gosh, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Oh my gosh, hon, I'm hanging in there. I love that you got hooked up with me. That's amazing.
It
Well,
was so random. I was like, oh, wow, okay.
that is crazy. Well, how can I help you tonight? And I know I've got about 6 minutes or so, maybe less.
Let's
I don't
just
know.
do a
Time
general
flies.
today.
General, hun? Okay. Okay, let me see what comes up. Just with cards here. I'm going to throw a few cards out. So, um, all right, my friends. So, a couple of things that came up. So, general, um, well, you pulled, I'm using my chakra tarot, and two cards that came up, I'll show them on the live, are both orange. So I've got a Two of Wands that came out upside down, and then I've got a Strength card that came out right side up. So right there, the orange within chakras, that is connecting to your sacral. And your sacral chakra is where life is brought into this world. But this is also connecting to the female organs. And I know we've done your reading in the past. And I know, if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, that working on your health has been very important, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the fact that the two and that orange comes in, and the strength card. Now, the wand being upside down is just, I want you to know here in the next, oh goodness, probably here in the next 6 weeks, then you're going to see some changes coming, with your strength being challenged a bit. So here in the next 6 weeks, just be prepared with some things happening. However, what's going to be important is that you remember the strength that you have gone through your many of years, and then also connecting with that true self of yours. Because I do feel so. 6 weeks puts us about the end of October. Um, so just remember about the end of October into that November time, some big changes coming, but really tap into that strength that I know that you have. Um, and then pulling out those wands, meaning getting what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So uh, just make sure that you're not going back to old ways, okay, my friend? Just remember,
Okay.
because I feel like that can happen here in the next 6 weeks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But without a doubt, I know that you're going to get through it. And without a doubt, I know that this next huge, beautiful spiritual awakening is just going to be so worth it. So worth it, my friend. So I'm excited for you. And then the fact your two cards that just randomly I pulled makes so much sense with that. I have no doubt, without a doubt. Um, does that help you with kind of a general sense of what's coming?
Yeah, as we have talked before about my surgery coming up for my gastric bypass and everything.
That's right. That's right. That is right.
That's
Yeah.
going to be
Okay.
happening closer to December and stuff. So lots of big
Oh
changes.
my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, that makes sense. So this will be preparing you for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know without a doubt that you have it within you. And I know without a doubt that this surgery is just going to be exactly what you need, my friend. So put out and manifest all that beautiful energy you have.
Well, thank you so much. That kind of goes on and confirms what the other cards you pulled. It kind of just goes along with it.
It sure does. It sure does. That makes me happy. This is why I love using the cards. They just love to guide us exactly where we need to go. So, but I hope to see you tonight. Maybe I'll see you on my live here in about an hour.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
All right,
you so
hon. Well,
much.
thanks for calling. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. It was good talking to you again. Have a great
Thank
night, hon.
you. You too.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Okay, bye. All right. Well, we got a few minutes here. This is what I love. My followers are very dedicated and very loyal, and they love to come in and even just getting little general readings. And that means a lot to me. That's what keeps me going some days. I'm telling you. So I got a couple minutes real quick, but which I'm not used to. I love it though, because we can throw out some good things. So please go on my Facebook page. Facebook is Mini Medium. And then my website is mini-medium.com. So mini-medium.com. All of my stuff is on there. My amazing assistant, Savannah, has put together this beautiful website. You can book a reading with me. I am booked, I believe, until end of October, 1st of November. October fills up fast, obviously, with Halloween and that. So pop on, come see me at Redemption on October 7th. And that'll be at 6:30 p.m. Doors open at 6 p.m. It'll be so fun. And I'm hoping I can go live for those who are out of state. And thinking of out of state, by the way, I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to be doing some events and touring on the East Coast, which is going to be so fun. So watch for that to come, obviously, on the website as well. But I hope you all have such a beautiful and wonderful week. Be safe, and I will see you guys next week. All right. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. If you are just getting to know me, my name's Angie, and I am an intuitive healer. And so I bring messages from Spirit to help people align with their higher selves and to understand what might be blocking them from manifesting the things they desire in their life. And today I wanted to share a little tidbit of what Spirit has been teaching me recently about us aligning with our higher self and manifesting the things that we desire in our life. And if you didn't know, I am an author. I have 2 books out. My first book is Leap Lessons. My second book is Composting Ego. I actually have a copy here with me if you're able to see me on the TV. And in this book, I talk about how our ego is programmed by the world around us to act and be a certain way. And so when we begin to want to manifest things in our life, sometimes our ego will begin to self-sabotage us and hold us back from receiving the things that we actually desire. And I recently was working on moving forward in some things in my life, and I realized that part of my ego was holding me back because there was a fear of actually succeeding. And so that got me thinking about divine timing and whether I could force things to happen or I need to just allow them and then align my energy to receive it. And even last night, I was talking to one of my personal one-on-one clients that I do healing work with and reminding them that the more we focus on what we want in life, the more we attract it. And sometimes it's hard because our ego wants to continually move back to what we have known to be comfortable, even if we don't like it. For example, if we're struggling with finances, even though we want more money, we often focus on what we don't have and that we're not getting what we want. And so what we're meant to do with our spirit is align our higher self, understand that we have this power within us to manifest our desires, and then focus on the fact that we can receive and that we will receive it, which can feel hard to the ego because it doesn't actually see it happening in real life. But it is very possible to begin to almost pretend that you're receiving money, which allows the universe and God to know, I'm ready to receive from you. I'm ready to receive these things from you, whether that's money, relationship, or something that you're seeking in your life at this moment. Start to focus on what you desire and not so much on what you don't want, even if it is your current situation. And it can feel very hard for our egos. But I'm open to receiving some calls today. And for those who are seeking some mentorship, your soul alignment mentorship, I would love if you wanted to reach out on my website. I'm actually offering discount readings the month of October. I have a few more openings. I'm being booked quickly. So get on angieharris.org and find that discount link. You can get underneath the booking and you should be able to find that link, that discount link in there. So I see Trish from Hull from England is wanting a reading today. Are you available?
Yes,
Hi,
I
Trish.
am. Yes. Hi,
How are you today?
I'm great. Thank you. Are you?
I am good. Were you wanting a general reading or was there something that
Yes,
you wanted? General? Okay.
Yes, please.
So I'm going to pull up some cards. So a lot of my readings that I do, Spirit gives me insight into people's energy to help them to move forward, maybe in areas they feel stuck in. And so whatever comes up, I will share with you what I hear, but I'm going to go ahead and pull some cards just to tune into your energy here to see what we get. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the first thing that I'm kind of hearing is that you may have felt kind of stuck recently. Maybe things have felt like hard. Maybe you haven't been able to see much progress in some areas of your life that you've been wanting to see progress in. And what I'm hearing Spirit wanting to remind you is that the light that you seek outside of yourself is inside of yourself, and that your intuition, your higher self, your spirit is actually attempting to speak to you to guide you forward in your life right now, to help you find and align with things that you're desiring. Are there some things that you're wanting to see improved in your life right now, Trish?
Yeah, a lot of things.
Okay, I think we
It's
all
just
have
been
that.
going
Okay.
to bad.
Yes, we're all kind of wanting things to always improve. Because what's interesting is the first card I pulled for you was darkness. And it says, stars cannot shine without darkness. And then I pulled a card that said, listen. The quieter you become, the more you can hear. And so what this is telling me is that the answers that you're seeking are available to you, but you might be having a hard time seeing or hearing them because your focus just kind of, I don't know if you were listening prior to jumping on here, but just kind of like what I was talking about when we were manifesting something, we often focus on things that we don't want because we think if I try to control this situation, then it will change. But really, we have to turn our focus and look at things that we do desire to attract into our life, which feels really hard because it doesn't make sense to our mind to look at the opposite of what reality is in our situation. But I'm hearing Spirit say to you, like, we desire to give you your heart's, like the passions in your heart, the things that you want to see changed. But sometimes we have to sit in the energy of where we are in the moment. There's kind of a void between the old part of who we are and the new part before we are completely aligned with that new energy that we want to attract into our life and the new opportunities and the alignment. There's this void in between, and that can feel really hard, and we'll want to go backwards sometimes into where we have been. And this is all just because we've been taught to do this by society, by the way that we've been programmed to believe about ourselves. But we all have divine spirit in us, and we're all fully capable of moving forward. Sometimes we just have to remember that we have the power to turn our focus towards a different thing that we do desire. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Was there any other things that you wanted me to tune in for?
No, that was great. Thank you.
Okay. I am open to bringing in another call if there's another one, or I can continue to tune in for you here, Trish. Is there something in particular that you're wanting to see changed for you?
Yeah, my money situation. But we all want that, don't we?
The money, okay. So, yeah, that is exactly, I think what is interesting is the money situation is one of the things that we all struggle with because we feel like that is what our livelihood is all about. And if we remember that, like, our energy attracts what's outside of ourselves, we can kind of begin to go inward and see what is it that I am doing within my own energy to block what might be trying to come towards me. Also, I'm also hearing Spirit wanting to share with you that there may have been some situations in your childhood where there was some lack, or maybe some within your family, there was fear around finances or money. And there's been an energetic connection within your energy and what you kind of were programmed to believe about it growing up. And when you release that belief that you've been taught about finances and money or attracting abundance in any way, it will begin to release that. Have you ever done any kind of inner child healing work?
No.
No? Okay. Do you know what it is?
No.
No? Okay. So inner child healing is basically meditation where you, and I do this with people as well, but where we imagine ourselves at a younger age, and then our adult self will go back and spend time with that little part of us, and we will teach them that they're safe and that they don't have to stay in that same energy that they were in at that time, because even as adults we don't realize it, but our inner child, the parts of ourselves that were younger, will begin to pop themselves up in our adult life and try to recreate safety in our lives the way that they had to create safety back then. And so there may have been something that happened in your early childhood at some point where you felt like you had to protect yourself, and that barrier that you've kind of put around yourself might be actually causing a protection from you even to receive good things. So that might be something that you could look into, doing some of that. And there's some great resources online to look up inner child healing, or you're always welcome to reach out to me on my website. And I'm doing the discount readings this month. So if a time worked out for you, we could always explore that some more during that call. But yeah, I think Spirit is definitely wanting to get things into your hands and to open up for you. It's just wanting you to remember your value. So thank you for letting me do your reading today. And I do hope that was helpful for you.
Yeah, it was. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. And again, I just want everyone to know that I'm offering discounted healing and readings the month of October. If you get on my website, angieharris.org, you will find a booking link on there. Just get in, and everything's over Zoom, so we can meet no matter where you are in the world. We'll meet online, and the reading flows just as well anywhere we are. So I look forward to being able to meet with you, and I will definitely be back next week, and I look forward to continuing to provide some guidance for you all as we move forward. So have a beautiful rest of the day, and I look forward to talking with you all again. Thank you so much for your time and being here with us all today. And enjoy the rest of the show today. We will...
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello,
it's Tammy Petrocelli from Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center and Tammy Petrocelli Medium. And last week, I was wondering, where was my Indian summer? Because we had like 8 days of rain. The Northeast was being flooded from New York to Florida. Guess what? It's arrived. We've got a beautiful 80 degrees out there today, gorgeous sun. But myself and my plants are so grateful for what has come. And I hope that you weathered the full moon in Aries well, because that was Friday, so Thursday, Wednesday night through Sunday. I hope that you left some time for some ceremony to get ready for the winter. So we have this beautiful energy around our spirit. Energy, this is when the veil is thinning. The end of this month, will be the thinnest, and we carry that through all cultures. So many cultures celebrate, from the South America, and they celebrate the Dias de los Muertos at the same time that we have the pagan ceremonies of Samhain or Hallows Eve, and all of that is coming. So as we get closer, the veil gets thinner and thinner. So I really hope that you have set aside time to release anything that's bothering you, that's not working in your lifetime right now, so that you can make time to bring in the stuff that you need, the good stuff. So I hope you weathered that. Also, last week I was a little nervous, past week, because of all the rain and all the terrible weather. So I want to remind you now, get ready for winter now. And what I mean, let's build that immune system. Let's up those B vitamins, the C, the D3. Let's start making sure that we have good herbal teas, homeopathics, essential oils, any other vitamins that you might need. Make sure that you're eating well. This crazy virus just keeps mutating. It's still hanging around. So prepare yourself, because, just as all the flus, this is now in that same kind of category, but it does treat us differently. So we want to be sure that you build up your immune system so you can easily fight off all these crazy germs everybody's carrying around. Terry in Virginia Beach, you're not too far from me, just a couple of hours. I love Virginia Beach. Have you been to the Edgar Cayce Institute?
No, I know exactly where it is. I do know about it. I've just never been there.
Yes, you have to get over there, and you must walk that beautiful dolphin labyrinth there.
Oh,
It's
okay.
lovely. Yes. So Terry, welcome to the show. Thanks for calling in. And would
Thank you.
you like me to connect you to a loved one on the other side, or do you have questions for me today?
I have questions.
How can I help?
I was, at this point, what's heavy on my mind is my future business endeavors, as far as being successful. Will they happen? I just have so many ideas and so many things I'd like to do. I'm getting to the point where I'm somewhat feeling overwhelmed, and almost to the point of being afraid to try anything.
Okay. I chose a reading today from my book, and so wait till I read this at the end of the show, it's just perfect. I didn't choose it, Spirit chooses it. So in my book, the second half are communication from ascended masters. So I just flip it, and when I stop, that's the reading I'm going to do. Wait till you see with that reading. But yes, I really felt what you said about feeling overwhelmed, because my first concern, putting that S on business endeavors. And I know that you have a lot of ideas, and they're good ideas, and you're very creative, but you're kind of scattered with this. You need to focus and start with one thing that will work, and then the other things. Can we blend them together? That's going to be the big thing. Like, don't go out and, start a limousine service and a coffee shop at the same time. No, we're going to do a coffee shop. But, oh, I love doing crafts, or I have friends that are creative. Okay, then in your coffee shop, you can have a retail area, but you need to focus on what passion. What is your passion? The one thing that you want more than the others. And let's invest our time, energy, and money there. Yeah, I feel that this is just scattered. There are too many things, and I don't feel that they all blend together. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm having trouble tuning in on exactly what it is that will work for you, because I really feel like you have different ideas and they can all work, but you have to focus on one. Would you understand a connection to teddy bears or stuffed animals? What do you know what?
Yes. Yeah. How about with children? I take that as in reference to being with children, which is what I'm really, really passionate about.
There we go.
Working with kids. Yeah.
Okay. That may be, so stuffed animals or teddy bears, that makes sense to me. Why they didn't just show me children, I don't know. And do you have a degree, or you've worked in this industry before? I feel like you have experience working with children, and whether you have a degree in psychology or whatever, I feel that if it's not a regular degree, it's a innate knowing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, I feel that if you choose that, working with the children, it will bring you a lot of peace and a lot of, I feel, not think, that it's right up your alley. And once that is settled, if you can you want to bring other endeavors into it. I think, I feel that your one of the issues is enough outside support. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it definitely does. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm feeling that you're not getting or don't have an availability of what you feel is enough outside support. And that's why I want to say, you know what, where's your passion? When you have that passion, you're all the support that you need. I really believe that. So I really feel that Spirit is applauding this choice. But you're already working, is that correct?
I am.
Yeah. So that's part of the, do I quit my job and go into this endeavor? Is that one of the questions?
Yes. Yeah, in a sense, because I've been doing what I'm doing for quite a while now. I'm pretty successful with it. So branching out on my own, stepping back from what I'm doing now is a challenge for me, because I just feel I've been in it so long. And then financially, I'm okay with it. And then just to have to scale back on it is somewhat challenging for me.
I get it. And that's the whole thing. Take the time to figure out, put that business plan, and make sure that you are going to be okay financially. And if you have to keep working till the day you walk out that door and into your new one. Make sure that you are, that you feel that you have your finances, your schedule, all of that together. I want you to, but put the other things onto the side and concentrate on this. Okay.
Yeah.
The one thing, too much. I really do feel like once you have this down, you may be in a position to, even expand if you want to expand your entrepreneurship. One at a time. Let's get that. But I wouldn't be afraid. I know that you're afraid, and I wouldn't be afraid. And so I want to read to you the passage that Spirit pulled out today. Okay. This was from February 28th, 2017, actually. And I go into a trance and get these messages. So the room is filled with angels with a message for each and every one of you. They say trust. Have trust in them and trust in yourself. Trust in one another. Learn to be humble to yourself. Learn to have trust yourself. We live in too much fear and not enough trust. Learn to trust that all will be okay. Trust the universe. Trust that you are not alone. Trust that the universe knows what's best, even if you don't believe. The angels are asking each and every one of you, feel them, trust them, give them the opportunity to work for you to earn your trust. Archangel Michael says, you are connected to the one true source, each and every one of you. Now ask your questions, ask your requests to the angels, each and every one. So Terry, thank you for calling in. I hope that this helped to give you some guidance. Trust yourself.
Thank you so much.
Trust your guides. All righty. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you right here next week on Moonstruck.tv and A1R Psychic Radio. Have a wonderful week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. The next 30 minutes, we're going to talk astrology. We're going to talk about some of the big stuff that just happened in the news the last little while since my last show, and some of the astrological predictions I had made then. And then we're going to do a couple of readings. And so let's start at the top. I'm Bernice Bisson. I am a psychic from Canada. I'm in Winnipeg, Canada. I've been reading for 35 years. I read palms and cards and tea leaves, and I'm an astrologer, and I have a real affinity for paranormal, and I do a lot of paranormal research and a lot of paranormal work here in Winnipeg with different locations that are well known. And so if you go to my website at BerniceBissonPsychic.com, you'll find some of my events. You'll find my podcast. I have a couple seasons out of my podcast, and I've been debating my third season because it's a lot of work, but I invite people back who have recorded my readings over the last 35 years, and they come back with their original recording, and you get to hear my original predictions, and then they come back and talk about all the stuff. And so there's some great stories in there. So if you like that kind of, I call it psychic soup for the soul. Yeah, a little of that, little soul medicine. And it's called the Soul Medicine Psychic with Bernice Bisson. And you get to hear some of my readings. And also, I do events, and I do very personal, intimate events where there's small groups or gatherings. And I have a couple events coming up where I do gallery messaging, and it's a group of 40, and everyone gets messages. It's 3 hours of me just going off and reading everybody. And then I also have a zodiac birthday party. And like I said, I love astrology and I love birthdays. And so I work a lot with people's birthdays, and I host a zodiac birthday party. Like, what do you get that person that's got everything? Well, you get them a birthday party with Sweet Bee. And it's only 12. I only allow 12 people. And it's a whole evening of readings and astrology. And you get a little slice of birthday cake, and you get a goodie bag. It's held at one of the most notoriously spooky haunted places in Winnipeg, actually one of the most well documented in the world. And it's called Hamilton House. And I work with Hamilton House, and Cheryl and Gags Unlimited are the owner of Hamilton House. And if you Google Hamilton House, the historic Hamilton House, Winnipeg, you'll see that 40 years of seances had been conducted by Dr. Hamilton and recorded there, along with other practitioners that have worked there. And but those particular seances are documented at the University of Manitoba Archives. And I work with a group of psychics and mediums there, and we conduct, based on Dr. Hamilton's research, very similar seances. And so you can follow through there, or you can find that on my website, the links to some of those events. Okay. And so let's get started. So at the very top of things, I want to talk about, since the last time I did this show, I talked about the Libra Aries lunar axis, and everybody was like, oh my God, there she's going again with the planets. But I talked about peace, war. I've talked about conflict and things coming out of surprising places, didn't they? And so if we looked at, for instance, let's explore some of the lunar axes of what's going on. So if I looked at the recent conflict we saw arise in Israel, there's no side, I'm not commenting on any sides of this. What I want to say is God bless all those that lost their lives, and so much love to them and their families. Only love heals. And so Israel and Palestine share a lunar axis of Taurus and Scorpio. And in this lunar axis of the north and south nodes of karma and destiny, right now, the final eclipse is November 13th. There was 5 of 6 eclipses in that lunar axis. The final one is November 13th. And it's a really critical one in terms of shifting from conflict to peace. Scorpio can be a bit extreme. And so there's between now and then, extreme will feel that's how it'll feel until it culminates at that final lunar eclipse and that karma and destiny pattern of eclipses we've had. It's the closing eclipse, it's the finale. It's sort of, this is what is, will be, and it'll be in place for a while. And then if we look at other conflicts and things going on, we've also got Libra and Aries, and October 14th is a critical new moon solar eclipse. The last times, I mean, we could look at 2004, we could look at in the 90s and 1977, were the last sort of lunar eclipses in this degree of Libra. And it is about war and conflict, and it is about peace conversations as well. We're going to see that going on a lot in the next 2-3 weeks around the globe. So it's going to be some important stuff karmically for everybody. And so cardinal signs are impacted the most. And that would bring me to like the Leo, of course, Libra, Aries, right? And then we've got some Capricorn and Sagittarian, Capricorn, Cancerians also in that cardinal axis. Also feeling it, anyone with 11 to 15 degrees. Now, I don't want to get too techie with all those degrees, but I will say this. I'm looking at my notes. I did some preparation because there's so much around this that I want people to pay attention to all the serendipitous signs. We've got Mercury going into Libra. So the conversations are around that Libran energy. And it's going to be important to have those conversations around peacemaking, balance, justice, fairness, karmic. And we've also got Venus literally transiting right now to Virgo. Venus is natural order in Virgo, but it's the practical side of Virgo. It's the do, it's the value. And we're going to see shifts in our economy. I'm not surprised we just saw gas and oil go up, kind of like that. And then we've got opposite of Venus, we have Mars. And Mars is moving to Scorpio. This is all this week. This is like, I'm telling you, hold on to your hats, folks. If I were to pick a week out of this entire year that was super critical, there'd be 2. There'd be a week in April where the first lunar eclipse was, and now where the solar eclipse is. Those 2, so April, October, I'd pick this is probably the most critical week in terms of paying attention to the astrological signs, massive shifts. So we saw this kind of conflict boil up through Hamas, yet there might have been inklings or signs of it even back in April. And with lunar eclipses, they hide things, right? They hide things. And then 5, 6 planets, went retrograde. Wow, they're about to go direct. And so on top of the transit of Venus and Mars, men and women, aggression, peace, value, economy, and assertion, aggression. Now, Mars rules Scorpio, rules. And Mars is a birth, death, extreme, justice, large, pushes forward in Scorpio. So we're going to see that very much so there. We're going to see the other planets, which people haven't talked much about, but Uranus and Jupiter are still in Taurus, if anyone forgotten, they're retrograde. First, we're going to have Pluto go direct today. Pluto governs Scorpio. Pluto is the transfer of power. Pluto's going direct to 27 degrees of Capricorn and is going to head over some old ground that we felt since June. We're going to feel the next 3 months. And so 27 to 29 degrees of Capricorn is very much about letting go of this old era, and we're stepping into what I call the age of Aquarius, this new ideas technology. So we're going to see some pretty significant shifts with the economy and government policy. We've saw some conflicts through that Libra Aries lunar axis that went, and we're not quite out of the woods yet with that. Still more on the table a little bit. Pay attention to this next 10 days. But I will say this, what comes from this conflict will be a new peace accord. The last conflict, the one I looked back at for that matching eclipse was in 1977. And Egypt became involved, and there was a peace accord drawn at Camp David, I believe. And so in 1977, so I believe that this shakeup is going to lead to a new peace accord, a new dynamic. And so if there's anything that any one person can do, and we all say this, oh, what can I do? What can I do? I mean, put your money where your mouth is, I guess. You billionaires, if you're listening, put your money where your mouth is. But send love. That love vibration has to start within, has to start with ourselves. That includes, if you're out shopping and if you're out driving, or you're dealing with crappy people at work, or you got a bunch of stress and pressure. Love, we got to find this place of this higher vibration and be a little kinder, because this is a lot of intense energy and people feel it. And where we forget the most, and if I look at the final two planets, is Neptune and Saturn, and they're retrograde still. They'll be going direct even into November. And we're going to see the power of mental health and addictions. We're going to see that tidal wave really surging up in that time in a mass way. And so remember, be patient with people. We're all feeling it. And the only cure is love. The only thing we can do, and that starts on a daily basis of good, random acts of kindness, of really reaching out to people, really understanding people. So this is the time. We're all being called to raise that vibration. So I let's all start now. And that mantra. So remember, let's be patient with each other. All right? All right. So be done. All right. Now, I think I had Anne in New York. So Anne, are you with me?
I am. How are you?
I am lovely. Thank you for asking. So Anne, we have I don't have a lot of time in the show, but I want to spend as much time as I can answering your questions. Where would you like me to focus?
Can you connect to past loved ones to see if they want to tell me anything?
If they want you to, so you just want to kind of, whoever's out there, come talk to me. Is that it? Are we doing?
Is there anyone there that wants to connect to me?
Okay. And so let's see what shows up around that question. So in your mind, I want you just to imagine who you want, imagine in your mind. Okay. Because it's like a Ouija board. The moment you open it up,
okay,
and you say, anyone want to talk to me? Pretty much everybody. So you're done. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you say something?
And looking at his picture too.
Your dad? Is that what you said to me?
No, I said looking at his picture.
Oh, you're looking at your dad's picture.
Yeah, I have his picture here. And I'm looking at it, thinking of him.
Okay. And so, if I may, I'm going to start with just, there's a strong, I'm going to just message stuff, just thinking of your dad as we think about him. There's a strong G name that's going to show up as an important name, and it starts with a G or sounds like the G. And that there's some decisions you have really important in front of you in the next 4 weeks, 4 months, around a property, house, place, and a woman that you're very connected with. and her health. And it feels like, and it could be near you, like family that lives right near you, and the decisions around where someone's living right now. And if I thought of your dad, in my mind also, the image of two smaller dogs keeps showing up in my mind. And like these two dogs are already gone. And I just have that image in my mind around that. Your um, your your dad brings up some tension with family, and I'm going to say there's a man that's going to be a brother-in-law figure. There's maybe, if I think about, say, three of you, Anne, and two maybe where you are, and someone away. People are coming together even by May, right, in your family. And he wants you to know that that there's people with maybe struggling with some tensions. Maybe not everybody's getting along too well, but know that there's something coming even in the next little bit. There's he keeps bringing up what I think he means is the son-in-law, and which, if I'm talking about your husband, then there I might be what I'm talking about. It's feel funny saying that, but there's something important about
my husband has passed away.
Yeah, okay. Son-in-law.
My husband is
Thank
in
you.
heaven.
His son-in-law. Your dad keeps okay. So let's go back to those two for a minute, just if I may. Okay. Your partner, your husband, and your dad. In your family, I'm just going to mention a couple of things that keep showing up. With them are these two dogs. I know that sounds an odd thing, but they're deceased. There's a brother or brother-in-law living that you, even by May, your family's coming together. And I feel like there's this woman in family with health issues, and for some reason, I just feel like you are the support. You're the support person. You're going to wind up having to support this person in some way. So it's showing up really close with you there. The other piece that there's the girls, like the three of you, the girls, your husband's bringing this up. So
is it
the girls?
Is this a living girl, a girl here?
So I'm going to just describe. So your husband's bringing up the girls, three of them. You're one. Okay, you're one of them. There's another woman that is alive that you see her or talk to her regularly. Because I feel like if I talked about a sister figure, your partner, your dad, okay, in terms of deceased people, I know there's lots of dead people. I understand that. There's lots of them, but those people, you still have the care of a woman in your family showing up on your shoulders, okay, alive, and that the decisions about maybe where she lives and her care, they're right around all of this, and you're not alone, even in those times, and where it feels like you're walking this a by yourself journey. You're not. It's almost like that Footprints in the Sand poem, where those times that you felt like you were sinking in that sand, walking, and you look behind you, and that one set of footprints was them carrying you. And you're very appreciated, because I feel like you would have had to give up a lot of time around maybe their health or things like that. And you're very much appreciated, and that they want you to understand you're really not alone. And that although you still have some care decisions in front of you with someone, they're really there with you is really what I think they're trying to show me. Okay, Anne? Now I'm going to keep going because I want to get in as much as I can with you. I just, while I'm with you. Okay. And that there's going to be
Okay, yeah,
an
because I'm hoping
important,
someone else is going to come up.
so, I mean, this is a really short reading. So please understand that, the people that
Of
even
course,
have come
of
to are
course.
really, right? That they want you to understand,
Right.
a couple of things. The name David will be really important, showing up around you. Okay. Okay. And
Okay.
that, there's something important about, um, let things lay where they might. You've got, maybe a lady that's going to be very challenging to you, and you might have cut her out of your life. Okay. And
Okay.
as you deal with the care of someone, I feel like you're making the best decisions. Know that, even if you're feeling like you're being challenged, I feel like they're telling you you're making the best decisions. Okay. Now, can I go
Great.
back and
Yeah.
ask about, when you have the pictures, and, did you lose the little one, like the little cousin or something? The little one? That's not the right question.
Wait, did you say did I lose a little one?
Yeah, the little cousin.
I had my
That's
son. Are you talking about my pet or my child? I don't know what you're saying.
okay.
A little one. What kind of little one?
You lost your dog. Is that what you said?
I lost my son. I haven't lost my son and my dog. My dogs
Okay.
are in heaven, and my son passed away
Okay.
a while ago.
Back up. Oh, stop for a second. Back up. I'm getting too ahead. There's a bit of a delay, so I keep hearing part of what you're saying. But let me say this.
Yeah.
Your little one, your son, your little one, yes. The dogs, yes. The dad, the partner, this lady I know we lose mothers, but this is another lady. And I feel like when they're all showing up around you now, I'm going to tell you what I'm supposed to tell you here. There's something about, um, uh, you being asked or invited to move. And this is going to show up in the next 20 months, and that there's going to be an announcement coming. May I ask you something, Anne?
Yes,
Can I
you
ask
can.
Okay. Was there a little girl recently born?
No.
There's a little girl being announced within 20 months, right around you, right around your family, right around you. Okay, I'm supposed to tell you that. This is going to show up. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to show up right around. There's a young woman making this announcement. Within 20 months that this is coming up. And that, can I ask you another question? Did you make some care decisions, like nursing decisions with the lady recently? Are you doing this?
You mean like an appointment to go to the doctors, or that I'm a nurse? I'm kind of confused about the question.
Is this your mom? Is this your
What?
mom? Is this your
Somebody
mom?
around nursing?
Yes.
No,
this lady?
no. Wait, are you talking about somebody in nursing? No. I went to school for nursing a long time ago, but
No, sorry. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is there's a lady that you you will have to assist with her care now, like right in front of you. Okay? Right in front of you.
Okay.
Okay? And when you asked about the dead people that show up, right? They want you to know these things that I'm telling you. Okay? Okay. And that I feel like there is maybe your husband's family, but there seems to be a brother-in-law and a sister figure that are going to be, you'll be seeing them very shortly. Okay? Connected to your family.
Okay.
Okay? People coming together.
Yes.
And they keep saying there's 3 of you. There's you and 2 others. Right?
Okay.
Coming together. And if they're just kind of in your state or near you, this seems to be showing up pretty soon where you'll be hearing some of these news. Now, your son, if I go back to your son, there's a strong J name he keeps bringing up. Starts with a J. J. It's another young person, Anne, and that.
Yeah.
Okay. That I feel like there's news, the news in the family. When I say, I think there's a baby girl, and the news of a wedding. If that's in your niece's nephew's, like right over. It seems to be, you'll know this news even in the next few months. Sorry, did you say something?
Okay. No, I didn't. I mean, the J that comes up is probably maybe Tommy's middle name. My father was Jack, and then my father-in-law was John. So there's J's.
J's are with
3
him.
J's there.
That would make some sense, the J names.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that although you've lost all these men in your life, I'm hearing that, right? There's still 3 of you.
Yeah.
They want me to keep telling you this, that you and what's like 2 sisters, 2 sister-in-laws, like this gathering, you're going to know by May. And when you hear the news of the baby girl, know they told you this, that they want you to know that they're right there. And the care decisions around this woman, that there's something that lays on your shoulders, but they're with you in all of these ways. Thank you. Thank you for tuning into Ask One Radio, and thank you for tuning into my show. Hopefully we'll chat again one day. Take care, my girl. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it so much.
You can, you know what? I appreciate that with love. Lots of it. Lots of it.
Oh, right back at you. Thank you.
I got it. And so thank you for tuning in. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. You can tune into my podcast there and all of that. And we will definitely see you next week here at Ask One Radio. Have a great week. Stay safe, stay warm, and we'll see you again.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Larkin's Psychic Medium with Larkin. Live from larkinsreadings.wixsite.com/website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Larkin's Psychic Reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So happy to be here with all of you again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are heading into October, and I just finished the pre-show party, which you can join us every week if you want to. I'm going to get that posted on my website as well, which is larkinsreadings.com. I just updated it so you guys can check it out. I'm updating the site even further so you can join me here. As we get into October, it's so exciting because everybody has all these questions about spirits and ghosts and hauntings, and everybody wants to know, like, what should they be afraid of? What shouldn't they be afraid of? What's Hollywood and what is real? So as we get going into October, I'm going to be doing all sorts of lives on my YouTube and Facebook pages, which you can also find at larkinsreadings.com. We're going to be talking about that here live on Psychic Air as well, taking your questions, helping you guys know what you don't really need to be afraid of and how to handle things and how to really make October fun and safe and really worry-free, right? So my goal is really to help you guys not just get great readings like you do here on these shows with all these amazing readers, but also to understand that you have these gifts too. You have strong intuition, you have connection to spirit, you have the ability to communicate with animals and your loved ones that have passed on. You can strengthen your intuition and increase your psychic and mediumship abilities as well. So for anyone that does readings with me, whether it's on here or it's through my personal or group readings at larkinsreadings.com or through Facebook or YouTube, the important thing is not just the reading. The important thing is, what do you do after that? And what I find, and I don't know if other readers find this or not, I believe it's actually true for everyone that gets a reading. Once you had a reading, let's say a loved one came through, or your angels and spirit guides connected to you through a reader like myself, what I find is that you will walk away with a stronger connection, with a more open channel of communication between you and not only whoever came through to you, but with whoever else is trying to come through. Let you know they're there, let you know they're okay, give you whatever messages they have for you. That includes animals that have crossed over, okay? Your pets and loved ones. So this is like, so exciting that you guys have this ability as well. I'm not sure here. Do I have a caller? Oh, here we go. Haley. Okay, in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Wow, welcome, Haley. How are you this evening? So good to have you.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. What can I do for you?
I was just wondering if I could get a reading.
So what question do you have this evening? What questions would you like me to help you answer?
Just if there's any messages from any of my loved ones in the spirit world.
Okay, so do you have someone, we have a short program tonight. Do you have someone in particular that you want to hear from? Because as you're talking to me, I see angels, spirit guides, and slowly there are figures moving in behind you from loved ones as well. It looks like we have a taller female. They usually just come in at first, 8 minutes. Awesome. Thank you, Dave. My producer is amazing. It looks like as you come in, so I'm seeing like a taller woman, female figure. they get more clear as they come in farther. I see two elderly women, an older, smaller man. Is there someone in particular that you're wanting to talk to? In particular?
For my spirit guides or my angels would be really lovely.
Okay, because I'm seeing more and more. I'm seeing so here, let me preface this a little bit for you. The first thing that spirit always wants you to know is that they are there. So right now, just so you know, and you can probably feel it on your own, on the right hand side, right hand side of you, kind of behind you and to the right, I'm seeing family members and ancestors that have passed on. I'm also seeing on the left side, I'm seeing more of your spirit guides coming in. It looks like you have about, oh, wow. So you have a whole team. Everyone has a whole team of guides and angels. I'm seeing about 4 spirit guides right now that are coming forward very strong. 2 female and 2 male spirit guides. You can let me know if you have, you can interrupt me if you have questions or if you have, this validates for you. You have a whole team, you have a whole council, you have a whole team of angels around you as well. I'm seeing 2 spirit guides that are sort of dressed in like cloaks. I'm seeing one in purple and one in blue, one in green, and actually one in yellow. So purple, blue, green, yellow. So this is really actually important. This is really significant because the one in purple really helps you work with your spiritual connection. So have you been trying to really enhance your own intuition and find what ways for you to connect in spirit? Okay, I get very strong chills about that. And your loved ones actually are they're nodding their head and smiling like, yes. Because what I'm being shown is that you actually are a really old soul, and your spirit guides, especially like the one in purple, her goal is to help you remain and remember connected to your cosmic memory. It looks as though her name starts with an A, maybe something like Aria. It looks like Aria. You might get a different feeling from that, but that's what I'm getting coming through from her. And her job is to help you remember your cosmic memory. She says that you've been like trying to find validation and get your hands on anything and everything that you can to kind of validate. And she wants you to know that you're doing the right thing because there's a strong link. What your soul is trying to do is connect your cosmic memory and wisdom that your soul knows with finding human cognitive validation. So she's showing me like books and videos and teachers and lessons and things that you're trying to make sense of in the physical human intellectual world that will validate what you know intuitively. Is that correct?
Yes, that is so spot on. You're so amazing.
Excellent. Okay, wonderful. So then the green energy is really the heart-based energy, and that spirit guide is trying to get you to look inward and also connect with nature. Get outside because nature is essentially who we are internally. If you find silent time in nature, he's telling me, if you sit out there just silently and relax, or if you feel internally in pain and you need to heal, go take silent walks or sit silently in nature. And what you'll find is you're going to start to heal and remember from the inside out. Does this resonate with you? So, make sure you do that in whatever way feels most natural to you. He's telling me that he's been trying to tell you this, and they've all been trying to get through to you. And they say that you are getting their messages, but you're not really confident that you're getting the messages. You're kind of questioning, and that skepticism is good. It's smart, but trust yourself. They're saying trust yourself. Okay. I want to make sure I don't run out of time before I go through all of them. The one in blue really works with helping you integrate the intellectual, human, mental aspect of this. And what what I'm trying to find, what she is trying to share. So the purple and the blue are the feminine energies here. What she is trying to share with you is be gentle with yourself with this. When you read something or you hear or learn something, your first instinct, she said, is right and what will resonate with you. So for example, if what's coming through in this reading is a huge education for you, if it resonates with you, then that's right for you. That's in alignment for you. And you just need to let go and trust it. She says, don't overthink any of this. Take what you need and leave the rest, because the rest might not be for you. If you get a book and you read it and it really resonates and it gets you so excited you want to jump out of your skin, then that's in alignment for you. That's right for you. Okay. The golden energy, this spirit guide in the golden yellow. Wow. He wants to help you not teach. He wants to help you tap into your light, your inner white light. And he's been trying to help you do that. So he wants you to find your white light. I do a lot of work with this. So if you find me on Facebook or something like that, we do a lot of work with white light, because you are white light within you. And your golden spirit guide is trying to help you remember and find that white light, because that's your true soul energy. And from there, you're going to be able to do magic. Now, we only have about 90, not even 90 seconds left, probably a minute left. What they want you to tell you is trust yourself. 60 seconds, my producer rocks. They say you got to trust yourself because you actually know all of these answers. I am just being used right now to be a messenger and verify and validate for you. They say that you're actually a master teacher, that you're an amazing spirit guide for others when you're in non-physical, and that in your other incarnations, you have actually been like a master monk and teacher. And if you trust and look within, you are going to actually have all of this start. You're going to awaken this within yourself, and it's just going to flood back. It's just going to flood back into you. And you're going to start to remember and build confidence. Okay, but practice makes perfect. So we've got about 15 seconds. Does this resonate with you, Haley? Does this make sense?
So perfectly. It was exactly what I needed to hear, and answers I've been searching for a really long time. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling. You can find me at larkinsreadings.com, and you can find me at Larkin Psychic Medium Spiritual Interpreter on Facebook if you'd like to connect further. This was an honor. At the very last minute, I told Dave I'll take callers tonight. So it was meant to happen, guys. Your guides were talking through me, and at the last minute, they told me to take a caller, Haley. So have a good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you for joining me today. So today is the 1010 portal, and we are well into the month of October. So this is spooky season for me. To me, it's the most wonderful time of the year, or at least one of the most wonderful times of the year anyway. So in these next few weeks, we're leading up to Halloween or Samhain. Now, Samhain looks like it would be is spelled Samhain, like Samhain, but it is pronounced Samhain, like Sowen. People say that there's a thinning of the veil between this world and the spirit world during this time. And things are more energetically sensitive. People can be more sensitive to the unseen and untapped worlds. But with it being shadow and spooky season right now, or at least coming into it, today I'm going to chat a little bit about some shadowy subjects like psychic attack and our shadow self. So, like, shadow work was coined by the psychiatrist Carl Jung, and it refers to the process of understanding and integrating the aspects of ourselves that have been repressed due to trauma, denial about it due to shame, and ignored, which can cause a person to project negative, intense emotions onto other people. So that's why shadow work is important, because it helps prevent that. So, especially when a person is triggering them, it's easier to be triggered when we have not kind of sat with our shadow side, because everybody has that. So usually that is due to no fault of the other person normally. And then the shadow represents the parts of our personality that we have disowned, that we've rejected, such as our insecurities, repressed emotions, negative traits, unhealed, disowned traits that can result in sending out psychic attack towards another person. Like, psychic attack is a spiritual concept, and it describes negative or harmful, intense energy being directed towards another person's well-being. And it can come from someone who either intentionally or unintentionally projects that negative energy, or having attacking thoughts and emotions towards another person. So psychic attack can come from energetic attachments that a person may have, but doesn't realize it a lot of the times. Usually they don't realize it. And negative entities can get in your energy through rips or holes in one's own aura when our frequency is compromised. So that can wreak havoc on our lives, our emotions. It can influence a person's actions. And psychic attack can come from emotional turmoil. It can come from envy, unresolved issues. And so, it can be sent through thought, word, or deed. It energetically results in a lot of negative karma for the one sending it. And we do reap what we sow. The target of such an energetic attack may start to feel energetically drained, unexplained fear, anxiety, depression. It can cause sleep disturbances, physical fatigue that doesn't have any apparent cause. And this is similar to what is referred to as the evil eye. Now, this concept of the evil eye has roots in Mediterranean countries. It's believed that when someone with ill intention looks at another with ill will, it can cause harm or misfortune to the person who is the recipient of this energy. So now this is not a proven phenomenon, of course, but everything is energy, even our thoughts. And when we think negatively of another person, speaking with negativity towards like gossip, especially coupled with emotion, we are sending out energy to them. We're sending it out to the universe as well. Now, it does come back like a boomerang, but we don't always know that that's what's happening because it doesn't look like necessarily the same thing that we sent out. It can come in another form, but eventually it does come back. And it keeps energetic ties to that person with us. And like I work with a lot of different spiritual practices to help protect and cleanse my space. Just remember, this is not about instilling any type of fear. You know, it can be dealt with. So please don't fall victim, especially to anybody trying to scam you or telling you that you're cursed or need to pay like a bunch of money for them to remove it. That is not at all what this is about. It's just a matter of understanding and protecting your energy on a daily basis, having that energetic hygiene, which is important to have that practice. So if you feel like something has been sent to you, or if you pick something up, you can release it, you can cleanse it. And, you know, intention is important. So there's things like prayer, aura cleansing meditations, and like protection mantras. They are great, and you can get them on YouTube. Also, of course, we say this all the time, but visualizing yourself in a bubble of golden white light and intending that no negative energy can get in, and that you know, you're sealed off from negativity, but it does allow in love. So it's not like you're blocking out the good too, okay? Salt baths are good, but crystals are really, really important, and helping protecting your energy. I wear them as jewelry. If you haven't already noticed, I usually have a lot of it on pretty much every day. And, you know, good crystals for protection are a lot of the black crystals. There's black tourmaline, black obsidian, smoky quartz, the black kyanite that looks like a blade. Those are really, really protective. I love bringing in like the high vibrational crystals to like raise our frequency. Selenite is one of my favorites, and as is clear quartz. Citrine is also really good for raising your vibration too. But you know, you can use other tools like meditation of the violet flame to burn away any lower energy. That's what it's for, and it does work really well. I've used all of these, they do work really well. So I just a quick note, working with the angels is important to, and it can help you with your energy, it can help for protection, especially Archangel Michael for, you know, clearing my space. I do that every day. You can just look up a little short prayer to him online or whatever you're comfortable with. But also, he is great to work with if you feel fear of any sort. Like if you call him in, you'll notice that and ask him to remove that fear and, you know, help him cleanse all that energy. You'll notice that you actually do feel better. So we are all sovereign beings of light, but we can be affected at times. You know, our energy sometimes is compromised. Sometimes we're going through things. Sometimes our energy is just really open, especially empaths. And, you know, I've noticed some people say to bring your aura closer into you. I'll do that sometimes, but, you know, sometimes people are just upset and they can send it to you unintentionally. It's just, there's a lot of things that happen with that. And so it is important, again, not to instill any fear, but just to be mindful about cleansing our energy. But, that's why shadow work is really good, because we are going to be more mindful of our own feelings. When we think about someone or something, if we're triggered, like I was saying, it goes to them like a target, and people don't realize the energy that our thoughts send out, okay, good or bad, especially when we have the intense emotions. So if we all have that more of that self-awareness, and everybody at some point feels jealous or envious, and dealing with those things, or dealing with shame and pain, and reflecting on that and working on it instead of walking around with it within us, we would have more emotionally fulfilling lives, emotionally fulfilling relationships, and just everything would be more balanced. And we would have more love, understanding, and compassion for ourselves as well as others, and it would really help people being more mindful of their own thoughts, their own feelings towards themselves, because self-love is really what it's all about in a lot of ways. So that is a big part of spiritual transformation, is to embrace both the light and the dark aspects of our personality. And so I pulled a couple of cards, and we've got cycles, which is talking about what comes around and goes around. I pulled this after I wrote my notes. So it's just so amazing how spirit works like that, because that's talking about the karma. We reap what we sow. And then we've got choices, which your thoughts are like magnets. And that's actually what the book says about on this card, which is so, funny, because that's exactly, again, what I was talking about. We did get the forbidden card. So if a door seems closed, it's probably not your door. Sometimes the rejection is protection, and it can really put us in that, more intense emotion sometimes, that we want something and it's almost like we're being rejected from it. So just keep that in mind. It really probably is happening for a reason, and that it's okay. And we've got movement, which is talking about success. So that doing these things brings about happiness and success, and spirit puts us on the path that is really meant for us, even if we did not, think that it was going to be working out in that way. Spirit knows what's best for our path, and that's going to bring us the most fulfillment, the most happiness, joy, and abundance. And to me, that's kind of like when you're on your path, those are beautiful rewards. So with that, I'm going to close my show. Thank you for joining me. I have videos on TikTok. If you want to head over there, the handle is Mind Body Nourish. And I have my readings on Stan Store, which is stan.store/Medium Andrea, and then on Facebook and Instagram is Medium Andrea Bacon, and I post collective readings on there several times a week. If you want to go check that out, that would be awesome. But have a beautiful week. Have a great spooky season. And until then, I'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here with me this evening. Always lovely to have you here. How are you all doing? I'm finally feeling a little bit of relief from the intense energies of the full moon that we had probably, a week and a half ago. I don't know about you, but I had trouble sleeping. I felt a little out of sorts, out of balance. And if you were feeling that way too, there were many of us out there that were feeling that way. That were feeling the effects of the full moon. Boy, it was intense. Usually with a full moon, I can feel it a few days before or maybe a few days after, but this one seemed to linger on for a little bit, and it was very intense. So I was happy to see a little bit calmer energy come through after that, where I felt a little more settled, getting a little bit better sleep. So hopefully you are all feeling that too and feeling back to a little bit of your normal self. So I have a question for you all. So when you have conversations with people, do they feel like they tend to hang on with you throughout the day and you think, wow, I just can't shake that conversation, or, I can't figure out why I'm still thinking about that? Well, there could be good reason for that. So whenever we talk with someone, whether it be on the phone or through an email or a text, or even just energetically, right? You're thinking something, that you're having a conversation and you're thinking of something to yourself. You're still sending that person energy, right? Energetically, telepathically, without really realizing it. And we go through our daily life going through a million different conversations, right? In all different forms. Some of them are great, some of them are good, some of them are not so good, and some of them just seem to hang on, and we think about it afterwards. So when we connect with someone, we energetically or etherically have cords that tie each other together so that we can communicate, however that is. And so when we leave, by the end of the day, think about all the amounts of people that you talk to in your day. It just adds up. And, the next day you get more people and more people and more people until maybe you're feeling a little bit drained. You're feeling a little bit heavy, right? So a practice that I do every night, and in fact, you don't even have to wait until the evening to do this practice. You can do it after every conversation, especially if it's been a really heavy conversation, or maybe you're prepping for that meeting and it's just mind-boggling, right? To be able to release yourself and cut yourself free from those conversations, make a connection with your spirit guides and your angels and say, okay, angels, every time I want to disconnect from a conversation, I'm going to do this, right? It could be snapping your fingers. It could be clapping. It could be, brushing your arm or your hand against your leg, like you're brushing off something on your pants. It could be anything. So make a pact with your divine counsel and say, this is what I want to do. When I make this movement, this is what I want to do. I want to cut the etherical cords and releasing them, transmuting that energy into God's love and light, Creator's light, whatever you're comfortable saying, so that you can release those cords. It's like taking big scissors and cutting those cords between you and others. And you'll find that even when you do that, after a debate or a conversation, or like I said, you're prepping and you're working with your teammates on a big project, right? Cutting those cords, give your mind and your body and your soul some time to rest, right? I personally like to snap my fingers when I'm done clearing. So you can do this at night before you go to bed, which is a great spiritual practice. And you can also do this during the day after each conversation you have, or maybe it's your lunchtime and you're thinking, wow, I haven't cut the cords between all these conversations that I've been having. Do it right there and then. It's amazing how much lighter you feel energetically when you do that. Now, that's not to say you don't remember the conversations. It just means that you release that energy that's still tying you to whoever that was that you were having the conversation with. It brings back your energies. It gives their energies back to them, right? So that you can feel like you're sitting in your own body, in your own energies, and it just feels a lot lighter. More sense of peace, if you will. So think about that. Whatever that action is, whatever that fluid motion is, once you have this pact with you and your guides that this is what you do, they're automatically going to say, oh, hey, Julie is cutting those etherical cords. Let's help her out, right? And so it's a great spiritual practice, makes you feel lighter, kind of releases all of that energy that's tied you with others. So try it and, see if that makes you feel a little bit lighter, because I think it will do the trick for you if you've been feeling heavy lately, especially with some of the energies that we've been having, right? So try that out and test it. Use it regularly. Get into a practice of having some of these tools in your bag so that you can grab them at a moment's notice when you're needing them, right? So hopefully that is just another tool in your tool bag that you can easily access. Feel free to reach out to me if you have questions about this. You can reach out to me on my Facebook pages at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine, or you can reach me over on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. All right. We have a caller lined up for us this evening. We are talking with Casey in Ohio. Good evening, Casey, and welcome to Your Time to Shine. Casey, are you with me? I think we're getting Casey back on the line. Oh, Casey, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello?
How are you this evening?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
I just wanted like a general / like career reading, or like whatever you pick up on.
Okay, perfect. Well, give me just a couple moments here and let me tune in and see what is being brought through, and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Casey. What they're showing me right now is that you are kind of a mover and a shaker. You kind of sit in the fast lane, and no grass grows under your feet. You basically there's like this exploration piece about you. You like taking on new adventures, new explorations. And so as it be, you get a little bit bored easily with some of the things that you're doing. Are you feeling a little bit bored in your job right now?
Kind of yes, kind of no.
Kind of in the middle. Okay.
Yes.
So this job feels like it's not really fitting for you. It feels like this is a transition job for you, to try something new, to try something different, and to give you kind of that launch pad for your next adventure. Really, is what they're showing me. So it's about connecting with people and connecting with opportunities is what they're showing me.
Okay.
So I think that's kind of why you're feeling like a little bit yes, a little bit no. It's like, well, I could get used to this job, but it's feeling like maybe it's not quite the right one for me. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So really this is kind of, so like I said, this is that transition job for you so that you can meet people or get pointed into the right direction for your next position.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I'm getting that you are going to stay kind of in the same vein of what you're doing right now. So it's not like you're going to completely switch professions or careers. You're going to stay kind of in this same type of opportunity, but it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to look a little different to you. So your guides are saying, stay open. Don't put yourself in a box. Okay. Don't say, well, I'm in this profession, right? So maybe you're in the medical field, right? And you say, well, I'm doing medical assisting, but it doesn't mean that maybe you couldn't branch off and do something else within that career that you may not even be thinking about. So they're saying stay very open and listen to the conversations that you're having with people, because they said you're going to get information just by talking with others. Okay. So people are your link, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see what else they're saying here. I keep hearing it's going to be a really great opportunity. It's going to be one that you've been kind of waiting for, right? Again, they're emphasizing this is a transition period for you. So just be patient for the right one to come forth. So now you have that, what they're showing me, now you have the job, right? So you're making the money, you're comfortable, you're doing what you're doing. So this is going to allow something else to come in for you, because you're not going to be worrying about, oh my gosh, I have to have another job, right? It's not going to be that way. So just let it unfold organically. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm asking, like how long this job is going to last. It's not going to last very long, maybe a year, but probably not more than 2 years. So it'll be enough for you to get in and to experience the job and to get to know the people, and so that you can connect with the right ones.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So they say, don't give up on your sense of adventure.
Yeah, I definitely don't Me too. Like, I have a great one of that. I do.
Yeah.
But it made me open my eyes to a lot, you saying it.
Yeah. It's a very spirited, they say it's a very spirited sense of adventure. And so that's what gives you your life, gives you your zing and zest for life. And so it's a very, they said the way you look at the world and the way you look at life is almost through the eyes of a child. And they say, don't lose that. You may look at that as maybe not one of your strong suits, but it really is a strong suit. Okay. So they're wanting you to be in awareness of that.
Okay. Good. That's good to know.
Yes. Let's see, what else do they have to say? So they're showing me, they keep saying moving and shaking. So it seems as though there might be a move in your future. Are you looking for possibly another place to live? Have you been looking at that? Okay.
Yeah.
So they're showing me that that's also kind of coordinating with your job opportunity. It's going to get you a little bit closer to like physical location, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's going to help give you a little bit more flexibility in your life. And when you're closer to your job and you can be home a lot sooner or be at work sooner, not have to get up so early, it's going to give you more flexibility to do some other things in your life. Okay. To be able to get out and get out in nature and be with those friends that maybe, you know, oh, I'm, you know, I get home from work, I'm too tired, I don't feel like hanging out with people, right? This is going to give you a little different taste on life. Okay. It's going to alter how you spend your time when you're not working, which is a beautiful thing.
That makes me feel so much better.
Good. Yeah, because it feels like you've been kind of in that rut of, you know, go to work, come home, do all the things that we need to do normally we do at home at night, go to bed, get up and do it all over again. So this is going to get you kind of out that monotonous cycle, right? By giving you a little bit more space, a little bit more room to breathe, right? Again, they're saying they keep saying flexibility. So
good. Oh, thank you so much. That makes me feel so much better.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad. Is there anything else, any other questions you have for me this evening?
Are you there?
Yes, I am. Was there anything else that you had questions about this evening? Hello? I think we're having problems connecting with Casey. Casey, thank you so much for calling in, and I hope that was helpful for you this evening. We have another caller. We have Jessica in Fort St. John, British Columbia. Good evening, Jessica, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I just like a general reading, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Let me just take a moment here to tune in to see what guidance is coming through. There's going to be just a little moment of silence as I do that, and then I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Jessica. I just feel like this heaviness all around me, like you've been going through some heaviness in life, kind of. It's almost like it's monotonous. This heaviness, and they want you to know, because in one moment they're showing me this heaviness that you've been going through, and in the next minute they're showing me that that you're running and you're free, right? So it's a matter of you moving into a new space and place of being, where you've been going through some hard times, maybe some troubled times, and now you're like stepping through that doorway and stepping through into that light where it feels a little bit lighter. And they're showing me you can feel it, but it's almost like you're going, oh, well, I don't know that this is really real, right? What happens if it goes back to the way it was? And they're saying, no, have faith, have trust that things are turning, that things are changing, and let that be the lightness in your heart, because you're feeling it already. So it's a matter of taking that in and breathing that in and saying, okay, finally, a little bit of clarity, a little bit of breathing room, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're saying, let this be that lightness of you to say, okay, this is really happening. I can really sit back and be relieved. I can just let it be and move forth. I feel like too that there's some travel coming up in the near future for you. It's like it's giving you that break, that breather, to rejuvenate your soul and to rejuvenate you. Have you been looking at planning a little vacation, even like a 2 or 3, like an extended weekend even, just to get away to rejuvenate?
No, not recently.
Okay. Something that you should definitely take a look at, because I feel I'm being shown that you're going to be doing that. You're going to be taking a little hiatus, and that's going to be enough to kind of jumpstart you into this forward motion, into this forward thinking. Okay. It's just a way for you to realign again. It's like you've been a little bit out of balance. And so if there is a way that you can either get some Reiki healing, or even some acupuncture or massage, to just get your body, mind, and soul back into alignment.
Yeah. I've been wanting to do that lately.
Yeah. So your body is looking for that systematic alignment, that like energy work or Reiki could help with. You can even do you can look online and get some meditations. There's a lot of good meditations that do frequencies that would help align and balance your chakras and give your nervous system a little bit of a break. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you can't get into any kind of a practitioner anytime soon, that would be another way to kind of help get you back into some alignment.
Okay. What about the people in my life? Like,
are there certain people that you're asking about?
Yeah, my ex-husband.
Okay. The words I keep hearing is, what is it with you two? There's this Hang on. I'm going to get them to show me in a different way because it's going all over the place. It almost feels like there's a rekindling of what once was. I don't know if you've been reminiscing, the two of you, but there's something that is bringing the two of you a little bit closer together. But yet on the other hand, it's like this push and pull, right? It's like not really being able to decide where you guys sit with each other.
Well, I'm trying to be his friend. But like, I don't know, he like wants to be more than friends. But there's just too much damage done in the relationship.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't get over.
Right.
And he still won't admit.
Yeah. Take it for what it is. They're showing me that this is not really, there's still feelings between the two of you, yes, but that relationship isn't going to work in the same way that you're hoping it's going to work. It's almost like there needs to be a little bit of parting or separation for the two of you to be able to heal, to be able to come back together to say, okay, can we be friends now? It's what they're showing me is it's like it's too soon, right? There's a lot going on right here, and you guys both need to be able to heal whatever that relationship was before you can even look at trying to repair it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
Okay. And Jessica, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show, so I'm going to have to say good night. But I want to say thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks for having my call.
All right. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
That does it for me, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, if you'd like to reach out to me, please do so on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Have a great week. We'll see you again next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capella. John Capella. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay, very good. Well, hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm happy to be on the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. And so I'm delighted that you're here to join me today. And what we try to do with this program, if you're new to us, is try to talk about the psychic ability and metaphysical topics that are often misunderstood. And sometimes I feel like I can bring it down to earth and make people understand that it's not so difficult to get involved with psychic ability or tap into it. And so I don't have a guest today because I do have a heavy heart about what's going on in the Middle East. And, last week I mentioned on our program that we're beginning a kinetic time. And I was talking about the U.S. and shortly after the program, I found out we didn't have a Speaker of the House. But so we're entering into a difficult time, but it's not just in the United States, of course, it's in the Middle East. And so I want to wish everyone the best. I'm sorry about the people who were injured or killed in Israel and for all innocent people in that area. I want everyone to have a good outcome. So it's interesting, though, that we've been talking about astrology and we talk a little bit about psychic ability here. And what's interesting is that I've talked to you about the placement of Pluto. Pluto is going direct this week, and we're also going to have a solar eclipse. So this is when the action is going to start. The solar eclipse is going to be in Libra. And from what I was reading about it, it means that there's going to be life's going to change. There's going to be big changes here, and quickly. So within the next week or so, we're going to see some big changes. That's what's being predicted. I'm not necessarily saying that. I hope if there are changes that they're good ones, but we'll just have to see. But during the American Revolutionary period and shortly thereafter, it wasn't just the United States that was in turmoil. There were other places like France that were having a great amount of turmoil. So it's not to be unexpected that other places in the world will be having turmoil. Of course, we have turmoil in Ukraine, and we have it in Israel as well, and the Middle East, and hopefully it's going to be contained, but we'll see. So it just is a time for everyone to try to have cooler heads. I've always said to people, get small and try to stay in control of your immediate surroundings. And I'm not going to say panic or anything like that, but I am going to say that it's a time to be somewhat vigilant and somewhat watchful because we have lots of problems and we have people that don't want to accept responsibility and who are ignoring reality. So I'm really concerned about it. So like I was telling you, the solar eclipse part of it is going to go straight over Texas. So we'll see what that's going to bring. But it's apparently going to be in Libra. And the thing about Libra is that that's the sign of politics. If you look at the glyph for Libra, Libra. It has this little line, and then it has this thing that goes up and down. and some people say, oh, that looks like a capital, and so Libra is all about balance, and it's all about trying to negotiate, and it's about it's an intellectual sign. It's a air sign, and but Libra people like to be social, and they're some of the most beautiful people in the world as well. So it's ruled by Venus, and Venetian women, Libra women, and Taurus women too, are considered some of the most beautiful in the world because of that Venusian influence there. But so we have this solar eclipse coming in Libra, and it's going to affect a lot of things. Just because we're seeking balance doesn't mean we're going to have balance, and so we need to all be mindful of that right now. So I see we have a caller, and it's Brittany in Winnipeg. And Brittany, are you there?
I am here. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. Just at work. How are you?
Fine, fine. Is this the first time you listen to our program?
It is.
Okay, well, I hope that you'll become a regular. So Brittany, is there anything going on in a relationship right now that you're curious about?
I guess a little of everything. There's a lot going on. I am, I guess, single after 3 years and then divorced, and currently got like a protection order on somebody else. And so it's not going too good,
No, my.
actually.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying that you've had some relationship issues around you, and what's your birth sign?
My birth sign is a Leo. I am August 4th, 89.
Leo. Okay. Well, it just seems to me that a lot of this stuff you're cleaning up. Leo would be cleaning up things right now because Leo, like the other fixed signs, are getting ready to start a new transformation. Okay, and if you've been listening to the program about all the turmoil that's going on in the world, well, unfortunately, you reflect a little bit of that because you've had a lot of turmoil. You've even had to get the authorities involved. Okay, so this is a time for you to kind of step back and kind of assess where you are, and maybe do some journaling and do some work to try and minimize any further catastrophes around you. I'm sorry that you haven't found the right person just yet to spend your life with, but this is a time for self-reflection for you, and this is a time to find some inner peace. Okay, this is a time to maybe do some meditating. I don't know if you do any yoga or anything like that, but this is a time to get centered. Okay, so things are going to get better for you. It looks like to me, but don't be shy if you have to make some tough decisions. So if someone has to go to jail because they're bothering you, then they got to go to jail. So don't give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, you said leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, and and if they don't leave you alone, then do something. I mean, if you don't, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but it'd be your fault. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I know.
it's and if you look at the bigger picture of things today, if you give a terrorist $6 billion, what do you think they're going to do with it?
True.
You know,
I don't know.
so-
I don't know. I feel like stuck. Like I'm just, like I work full time and then I'm school at night to do my nursing and don't have time for anything.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's time for you to try to get centered, okay? Because I feel like you're too scattered. I feel like you are in a situation where you just don't know which direction to go. And that's why if you
No.
take some time to meditate and maybe do some journaling and determine priorities. You have children?
I have one. Yeah.
Okay. So your priority is your child, what's best for your child, and then of course what's best for you as well. But right now it just seems like you have to finish tying up these loose ends with these relationships that you've had some difficulties with, and move from them. Find yourself and watch for red flags in the future, because I feel like in some ways you let people get by with things that they shouldn't get by with. Okay? It's
Okay.
about setting better boundaries for you because you're Leo. Everyone's going to want to be around Leo. You're charismatic. So,
Very much,
but
yeah.
it's just something that setting the right boundaries. Don't let people drain your energy like they have in the past, and and make sure that when you say no to someone for any reason, that you mean it. Okay, and don't let them get by with it. So. There's better people out there for you, and I feel like you need men around you that are not as type A. Okay, so
I was like,
I'm
do
gonna.
you see
Pardon me?
anything? Like, do you see anything? Like, what's the outcome?
Of the problems that you're having with these gentlemen.
In like general, like school and work and everything, yeah.
Well, it's like I say. I think once you get centered, you're going to have a lot of clarity, and you'll be able to move forward. I do like the school work that you're doing. That feels good. It feels like you're doing what's necessary to keep your job, okay, or get a job. And so I feel like you will get. You're going to find some employment if you don't have any right now. Um, but I feel like right now you've been emotionally distracted and it's been hard for you to think and get some clarity. So that's why I keep saying, try to get centered. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I hope that's clear enough for you. So thank you very much. I appreciate the call.
Thank you, and you have a good day.
Okay. You too. So,
Bye.
bye. I wanted to just talk a little bit about psychic ability, and I'm sure we'll get another caller here in a couple minutes. But when you have psychic ability, you can't just depend on your psychic ability. Okay, we depend upon our physical senses and our psychic senses to work together. All right, and so a physical sense tells you about the immediate, gives you immediate information. This looks nice, this looks very nice, or this person looks nice. But if you have a bad feeling uh, about something or someone, it's best to step back. Okay. And I'm not trying to be political. This isn't a political show. This is a psychic show. But it just it yeah, and I use the analogy of the $6 billion that the United States government is handing over to a terrorist regime that says they want to destroy the United States and destroy Israel. Well, you don't need psychic ability to figure out too much what's going on there, but does that feel right to you? Okay, I mean, if it doesn't feel right, then it can't be right. So some people will fight to the death to defend these ideas. And I'm not trying to be political here. I'm trying to give you an exaggerated example of what goes on around you. Okay, just like the young lady we just spoke to. She may have been involved with these men and may have thought they were just wonderful, but had a bad feeling about them. Okay, she didn't act on those feelings. She moved forward with it, and there was some trouble, big trouble. And so it's just a lesson to learn on how to use the mechanism of the relationship between your physical senses and your psychic senses. So we have another caller, another person from north of me in Ohio, Shawnita. And Shawnita, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Shawnita. How are you today?
I'm good. And yourself?
I'm doing well. Shawnita, do you have animals? Do you have
Good.
dogs around you? Do you have any animals?
No.
Do you have a dog in spirit or something? I don't know why I'm hearing barking around. I don't know what
We
this is.
had a oh no, we had a dog, but he lives with my husband's grandma now.
Oh, he lives with your husband's grandma now. Okay, do you miss the dog at all?
Yeah.
You do miss him. Okay.
A little bit, I do.
Little bit. Okay. All right. So it just seems to me that there's some issues around you, or any financial issues that you're worried about, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a specific question about that? Because it seems like you worry about it, and it seems to me like you are worried that you're going to have more month than money. I'm not laughing about it, but a lot of people are facing that right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. And that I do. I worry about it daily. Like, oh my God, when is this going to get better? I got
Yeah,
a new
yeah.
job, but yeah, it still don't seem like I got enough money.
Well, this is a time to sharpen your pencil, and this is a time to make some decisions. You're going to have to do without certain things, but it's a time that we're all going to get through. But it's like I was telling you earlier. Have you been listening to the entire program, or just tuning in?
I just tuned in.
Okay. Well, we've been talking a little bit about the astrology, and about where Pluto is placed right now. And if you're not an astrologer, you're going, well, this guy's crazy. Who cares where Pluto is? But actually, as happens to be in the same spot it was during the American Revolution. And it was a very tumultuous time in the United States, a lot of hard times. The Continental Congress didn't have any money. They were in debt. And Americans were fighting amongst themselves, because some were royalists and some were patriots. And so it was a tough time. We're doing that now. And then we had foreign adversaries as well, just as we have now. And then in other parts of the world, you had places like France, where there was a great deal of unrest right after the American Revolution. And so this is a kind of a similar time. And so this is when cooler heads are going to have to come into play at some point in time, because our weapons are bigger, the destruction is more, and the responsibility is greater. And as far as you're concerned, you have great responsibilities, but you're going to just have to kind of go with the flow, and just know that if you can't meet an obligation, then you just have to let it go, okay? Because you can't help it. It's not that you're being irresponsible. Right. It's not that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. It's just that you're doing the best that you can and pay what you can. So that's kind of where I'm at for you, Shanita. And is there another question, another area that I can look at for you?
I think I'm like, the only other thing that's really on my mind heavy is that my dad, like, he has an addiction, and one of his girlfriends has been contacting me, and I'm like, just leave me alone about it, because he's been like that all my life. So I'm like, I just want to know if he's going to get better ever.
Well, I'm not sure what you can do about it. I mean, it's up to him. I don't feel like he's really going to get better. It feels like this is a grown man, and he's made his decision that this is what he wants to do. Is this drinking that he does? Is it drinking?
It's drugs.
Drugs, okay. I didn't want to go to drugs immediately, but the drinking is a drug. I just don't feel like this. I can't tell you his life is in danger at this time, because it doesn't feel like it is, but it feels like he's going to want to do what he wants to do. Okay. And if his girlfriend doesn't approve of it, then she has the decision, but to move on. But to ask you to change it, I don't know how you can do that, because he's an adult. So I'm not proselytizing. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just telling you where the energy is for me. It just feels like this is a man that's made his decision up, and that's what he's going to do. Okay. And it's another thing that, it's beyond your control, and you just have to love him for who he is, and just tell him that you don't like what he's doing, and you want him to change. But unless he wants to change, he's not going to. Okay.
Right.
So thank you, Shanita. I appreciate the call, and I wish you the very best. Hang in there. We're all in the same boat together. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So we're back here, and we were talking a little bit about psychic abilities. I wanted to tell you tonight I'm starting my Sitting with Spirit series. It's about mediumship. So my students who have gone through the Psychic Journeys development classes are eligible to join the mediumship classes. And I like to teach people a little bit about their psychic abilities before they get into mediumship, because it's a different space for me, at least. And I feel like if you know your psychic senses well, then you're going to do better as a medium. And so I've talked a lot about psychic profiles. Well, tonight I'm going to introduce the mediumship profile. So there's lots of different types of mediums. We've talked about those before. We've talked about evidential mediums, trance mediums, and physical mediums in the past, and all of them are unique. And then there's another form, and it's called channeling. Channeling is when some people might say it's a trance, but it's kind of like when an entity can take someone over. It's not from an exorcism. I don't do that, but they may take on a different voice. They may even take on a different personality, but they can come out of it. They can do it at will. It's not like a schizophrenia or a mental disorder. But they invite someone to come into them, and they have something to say. So that's what they do. But for me, I'm more of an evidential medium, and that's the kind of work that I do. But tonight we're going to be talking a little bit about how to get into mediumship. We're going to talk about the validity of it, the validity of mediumship, and the value. The validity comes from the belief in the continuity of life. We believe that we have a life after this life, and that we continue when our body no longer can support our soul. So we have that spiritual life. That's when our relationships change from being physical and spiritual to just spiritual, you see. So we need to pay attention to those in spirit because they do speak to us, or they do let their presence be known. I had a client the other day that was telling me that their father had been an electrical engineer, and before he passed away, and that the lights are constantly flickering, and different things are going on, and so they feel like that's their dad coming in and letting them know that he's okay and that he's doing well in the spirit world, and he's still around them. So it's kind of neat to do that, to be able to sense your loved ones being in spirit and still being around you. Then I think that's a good thing. But it's not just loved ones who are in spirit. There are friends. There are ancestors that you didn't know that can come in. We have elementals that come in. Of course, angels. We've been talking a lot about angels. We'll get back to talking about angels soon. It's just that today I felt like it's just a sad day because we have to deal with so much hatred in the world, and that's such a negative energy. It's just a hateful time, a time when it's just, if you want to see good and evil, this is when good and evil are really at battle, and evil takes its toll, and it's a lot of energy for good to use to overcome it. It usually does, but we hope that it does this time as well. But it's not easy to overcome evil. And I was telling you I was gonna talk about Lucifer one of these days, and so today I was going to do that before all this stuff happened. But Lucifer, he's kind of the root of this evil in the Middle East, as far as I'm concerned, because Lucifer did not like mankind, and he especially did not like the chosen people. So it's just one of those things that is written in the Bible, and I've done a lot of research on it, and I found some interesting things about this character, and certainly not promoting him in any way. but at one time he was the greatest of all angels and became arrogant, became obnoxious, and became very, very self-centered. And when he didn't have his way, he rebelled, and other people had to, or other angels had to come into play. That may be all I'm going to say about him. And then if we don't have a guest next week, I'll talk to you about Michael, okay, who was said to have been Lucifer's mentor when he was young. So we're getting ready to wrap up our program for this week. And so once again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the two ladies that called in. I hope they listen to the program and call in more often because I think we have something to offer. I feel like we do some things here on the show that can be beneficial for you, and I hope that you will take to heart some of the things that we say. Tomorrow night, I have my meetup. We're going to be talking about empaths. So if you want to join the Dallas Visionary Meetup, not the Dallas, it's called Beyond Metaphysics now, but it's every second Wednesday of the month. So with that, we're going to start closing the show down. I appreciate you once again. I'm John Capello. This is the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for hanging in there with me. And if you want to purchase something, go to their website, miraclesofjoy.net. I might be .com. You have to look and see. But you get a 25% discount if you use PS0223. So once again, we'll be here next week. We'll be talking a little bit more about angels, and hopefully the world will still be here. So with that, I want to thank my producer, Dave, for all that he does. He does a great job for me. And I look forward to talking to you next week here on the Psychic Side. So long for now. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this world of ours. I must open the top of the show with my heart goes out to everything that's happening in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel. It's a terrible thing. Nobody wants to see any sort of conflict anywhere in the world. And of course, we don't forget our dear, wonderful friends in Ukraine either, with them fighting the Soviet Union. It just seems to be the world's gone mad. And I think it's time that everybody sort of started to look at, let's find a little bit of peace. Wouldn't that be nice, to get on with each other and love each other, which is what the world is meant to be. We're not meant to be in conflict like this. It's ridiculous. And innocent people are getting hurt and killed, and there's just no excuse for it. So anyway, that's my little rant for this morning. So let's open the show with a more positive situation, and let's go to the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Nine of Pentacles. Now, the Nine of Pentacles is the card of peace of mind and contentment. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we had that all around the world? If we had peace of mind and contentment, if we had some really beautiful blue skies and some sunshine, and most importantly, that we had a war-free zone right around the globe, instead of people wanting to sort of flex their muscles and be nasty to one another. So I'm aiming for peace and contentment and peace of mind and a lovely positive week for all our viewers right around the world. Let's hope that we can bring some joy. Today is the day where we smile at someone. We say, hello, how are you? We give them a little bit of our time, and that can be sometimes the big difference in someone's life that might be incredibly lonely or doesn't have anyone to talk to, and just showing that act of kindness can go such a long way. And if we all pay that forward a little bit this week, I'm sure we can make the world a better place. We can start to change the energy a little bit and bring the world into a more positive, loving, gentle society that it should be. There's enough room and enough food to go around if we all want to share and just show a little kindness along the way. And then I think the world would become a better place. I'm always extremely optimistic. I always believe that we can turn things around rather quickly. And I hope that, the world can settle down again and get over this unrest and this threat of war in two locations and come back to a peaceful, more harmonizing place in the world. We have enough things to deal with weather events and, potential of pandemics again and things like that without sort of tearing each other up with guns and violence. So I hope this card helps you this week to sort of show a little kindness, peace of mind, and bring some contentment into your life, which is very, very, very necessary. So this week, astrologically, it's not so much a quiet week, but it's a quieter week on the star front this week. Things are sort of starting to calm down a little bit, which is nice because we've had so much intensity for such a long time astrologically. It seems to be every week it was sort of like really quite heavy going with the amount of information that I had to try and cram in this small segment. So this week I'm pleased to say it's the Libra time of the year. So happy birthday to all our Librians. It's a time when we want to try and bring our lives into balance, to sort of find the truth in the matters, to look at things through a nice, calm set of eyes. Libra brings about, beauty and luxury and, finding balance in our lives and living our own truth and speaking our own truth, but doing it in a diplomatic sort of way, not in a bombastic or an aggressive way. So again, happy birthday to all our Librian viewers. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is actually conjunct or holding hands the sun in Libra at the moment. So it's interesting because all communication now needs to be spoken with truth. Now, I know there's probably many things going on around the world, many elections or, many things that, you're going to referendums as we are here in Australia for a voice for our Indigenous people to Parliament this week. And, whatever you might be voting on or that you need to have an opinion on, make sure that you follow your truth. Make sure that you listen very carefully to what's being said, read everything you can, take on board all the information before you open your mouth and make a comment or a statement or put a pen to paper if you need to vote in something. Make sure that you fully understand what you're voting for and you're not just following the crowd like a sheep and don't give it any thought, because at the moment communication is paramount. Even if it's just in our day-to-day personal lives, if we have anything that we need to communicate, we need to make sure that it's done with tremendous truth. And sometimes the truth isn't always pleasant. Sometimes when we've got to speak the truth, that we know that we're going to hurt somebody else, but maybe we can find a delicate sort of way to present still the truth, but make it in a more palatable sort of form. For many people, they may find that they're dealing with legal or government issues at the moment too, where again, you're being asked to speak your truth. You should always speak your truth anyway. I shouldn't need to remind you of that. But now it's more important to make sure that the facts and figures that you may be presenting to somebody, even if it is just in a generalized conversation with a fellow worker or a family member or a close friend or somebody that you meet in the street, make sure that you're being gentle and kind, but also speaking the truth. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands the moon, which is the emotional planet. Now, Venus here is sort of shining a light on anything that's connected with matters of the heart. Now, we know that the moon moves very quickly, only stays in a sign for about 2.5 days. At the moment, it's currently sitting in Virgo. So that's a really interesting placement to have Venus at the moment, because Venus is, wanting to look at everything and make it pretty and pink and sort of, look at everything through very loving sort of eyes. And and sometimes loving eyes can be a little bit too generous too, that we overlook things that maybe we're not as happy with, or, we make excuses for something, where the Virgo energy is very precise. It's very straight down the line, even to the point of being pedantic and nitpicky. So, Virgos are known for their attention to detail and maybe sometimes being a little bit overzealous with the attention to detail. So it's interesting to see Venus here conjunct the moon. Venus on one hand wanting to be all love and light and beautiful and pink and fairy floss pink and sort of saying the world is a beautiful place, and the moon and they're both sitting in Virgo saying, now hang on a minute, that's not quite the way it is. You've got to make sure that you say the bad bits or the not so pleasant bits as well. It's the whole complete picture. So again, it comes back to that truth situation that we were talking about earlier with Mercury conjunct the sun in Libra. So they're all going hand in hand. They're all sort of dealing with things at the moment, and they're all asking people to be honest. But maybe it's a way that we choose those words is also appropriate as well. We have Chiron, which is not really a planet, but it's known as the wounded healer. This is where we find in our charts where we all need to heal, and sometimes heal from things that are connected to past lives. So Chiron here is again conjunct or holding hands, which again, not a planet, but one of the moon's nodes called the North Node. Now, where we see the North Node in a chart is where we're looking for, where we're aspiring to, what we're trying to achieve, what we are reaching for the stars for. Now, they're both sitting in Aries at the moment. Now, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, which means me first, me first, me first. But it also means that getting things off the ground, starting things, it's giving us that ability to get up off the couch and sort of motivate ourselves to do something really positive. So here with Chiron, the planet of the wounded healer, conjunct or holding hands the North Node, we're being shown here that each and every one of us can take responsibility for our own healing. Now, whether that's healing our physical body, our emotional body, our soul body, we have that responsibility that we can now do it, and we can do it in a way that if we keep aiming for the very, very best results, and again, being very truthful with ourselves and focusing on what we can change, and the things that might seem impossible or things that are too difficult, try and find some new creative solutions to just break that down a little bit, so that we're actively starting to try and work on that. We all know Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is our lives. So, we chip away at things a little bit at a time. We find then that we get results. So that's what I'm asking you to do, is find ways to heal yourself, heal rifts in the family, with friends, with work colleagues, whatever the case may be. Find a way forward. Find a way that you can all be your best selves, and we can start to heal things. But look at it in a new set of fresh eyes. Look at it through a different way of maybe approaching the subject, which may then be the solution you've been searching for. We have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, is still going retrograde in Pisces, will be for a little bit longer now. And it's nearing the end of its journey in Pisces. So Neptune here is really sort of coming out of the fog. It's not eluding or deluding anybody. It's coming out of the fog. It's seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's saying, aha, now I see the direction that I need to be going. I've felt confused. I've felt a little bit uncertain. I've sort of flip-flopped around at what some of my choices and decisions were, until now that I'm starting to see that everything is going to be very clear and very right. And that's a good thing. It's not a negative. It's very much a positive in the way that it's presenting itself. We also have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction, but also the ability to give us the determination to see something through to the end is also sitting in Pisces. And this is a good thing because Saturn's just at the beginning of his journey, where Neptune is nearing the end of his journey. So Saturn's coming in and giving us that structure, that platform in which to build upon and to sort of continue walking towards that light at the end of the tunnel. So it's very, very important that these things continue on. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is still sitting in Taurus. Now, Uranus can create things out of nowhere. It can also hopefully create a ceasefire in the Middle East and Ukraine. Wouldn't that be marvelous? Out of nowhere, and what seems to be sort of a bleak situation. Uranus does always things that are unusual, unexpected, sudden, fast. It's not always on a negative. It's not always like a bolt of lightning striking in the ground being destructive. You know, sometimes when lightning strikes the ground, it's productive because it means it takes the sting out of the lightning. It's grounded. So let's look at it with Uranus sitting in Taurus, which is an earth sign. Let's look for much, much more grounding to come around this amazing planet of ours. And hopefully, as we head towards the end of 2023, we start to see some breakthroughs in areas that we haven't seen results in before. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is nearing its end of its very, very long reign in Capricorn. It's been there since around 2008, going backwards and forwards. We'll be slipping into Aquarius in the early part of the new year. So Capricorn now is really sort of ramping things up. This is why we're starting to see a lot more vocal protests and things like that about climate change. People are sort of, starting to slowly come to terms and understand that some of these weather events that are happening, once in 100-year events that are happening, once every 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years, are coming directly as a result from global warming. People are starting to take notice of this. There'll always be people that don't believe in it. There's also been a lot of transformation in governments around the world. We've seen a lot of things come out into the open, things that have been very hidden, where people have lied and cheated and tried to get away with things, that all of a sudden these things are coming to light. We're seeing a lot of criminals being caught that thought they got away with things. So Pluto is really sort of trying to tidy everything up. While he's in these last few degrees of it being in Capricorn, he's sort of saying anything that's been hidden will now be exposed to the light. So if you've done the wrong thing, if you've told lies, if you've tried to deceive somebody or do the wrong thing, you will be caught. And you will be caught in such a way that the consequences are more severe than what they would have been ordinarily, because you've deliberately gone ahead and tried to deceive someone. So if you fall into that category, please try and make amends, try and sort it out, try and get it resolved, try and get it out into the open before the end of the year. Because if you choose to continue down this path, and even when Pluto flips over into Aquarius, you will still get the wrath of Pluto under Capricorn, because it all started or commenced under there. So, astrology is to help us all. It helps all the 12 signs. It's to help each and every one of us sort of make some better informed choices. I like to look at it as a Polaroid snapshot of where the stars are or where the planets are today before I do the show. And that's why each week it's different. I don't break down the 12 signs. I look at what's actually happening in real life time around the universe at this precise time. So we're going to take our first caller, and it's Amber in Seattle in Washington, USA. Are you there, Amber?
Hi. I just had a question for you. Is there a possibility that I could have opened like a rift between me and the spirit world, because I've been going through a trauma bond recovery from my narcissist relationship, and now I feel like there's a bad presence in my house because I was so upset and let it go for, over the top. So I think I might have exposed myself to bad entities.
Number one, let's be very, very clear. We don't bring in unwanted entities because we've ended a relationship or we've been in a narcissistic relationship or whatever. If an unwanted entity enters our home, it's usually there anyway. It's always been there. It's just a matter of now it's decided to become active. Now, number one, I want to be very clear. No spirit or energy from the other side can ever physically hurt or harm us. Yes, they can frighten us, but they can't physically do anything to harm us or us. So that's number one. Number two, I think what you need to probably do is try and clear the energy out. Now, there's a number of different ways of doing this, but one of the simplest ways of doing it is if you have some incense or you have a sage stick, you light that and you go around the house and you go around the perimeters of each room. It's like I want you to get up into all the corners, up along the roof line, down the joins of the walls, around the windows, around the door frames, all those sort of things. Then give it a good, swish up and down in the middle of the room and then shut the door, making sure that the windows are shut, and you go through the house room by room. Now, while you're doing this, I want you to just think of positive, happy sort of thoughts. If you can't think of that, just keep it neutral, but keep it positive. Now, you go room by room, do that until you've got the house has been completely cleansed with your either incense sticks or your sage sticks, and then I want you to open the house up and give it a good airing. That's one way of doing it. The second way of doing it that is a little bit more messy, and it's not something that I suggest it in the days gone by, back in other centuries, people used to fill up a bottle, as an atomizer bottle, with a bit of salt and water and do the same thing. I don't suggest to do that because, it leaves watermarks on your paintwork and things like that. But what you can do with the salt, if you're a little bit concerned about it, is put some in a little matchbox or a little plastic container or a glass jar or something at the front and the rear doors. That will also ward off any sort of negative energy. But a lot of times, the energy that we pick up in houses where, we start to feel a presence, it's usually they just want to be acknowledged that they're there. They're usually friendly and usually somebody that is connected to us in some way. And it's their way of trying to get your attention to say, hey, I'm here. Do you remember me? And we quite often look at that because it coincides with an event in our lives that maybe it's not so pleasant. I'm sorry that you've been through this trauma with this relationship. I know that from what I'm picking up from your soul, Amber, that you've come out the other side. Yes, you're still a little bit battered and bruised, but look at the lessons that you've learnt. Look at what you've learnt about yourself and how you've learnt to sort of follow your gut instinct again. When things didn't feel right and you made excuses for this other person and you sort of blamed yourself and you tried to improve your behavior and nothing worked, that now you're starting to see that, hang on a minute, my warnings were there. I ignored them because I thought I was wrong. You won't allow that to happen another time. So you've learnt so much about yourself in this process. It's really easy for me to sit here and say, forgive that other person and move on. But sometimes to forgive somebody is very difficult also. Sometimes what we need to do is say, okay, I can't necessarily forgive you, but I can pick this energy up, all this negative energy up, all the memories, all the whatevers, and I can place it over here out of my sight. I can't forgive you, I can't forget, but I'm not going to let you dominate my current life either. And, a lot of spiritual people talk about, you've got to forgive and, we've got to be love, light and lentil beans. I don't totally agree with that. If somebody's hurt you so severely, Amber, you have a right to sort of say, well, there's no way on earth I'm ever going to forgive you, but I'm not going to let you dominate my life anymore either. I'm going to pick you up, put you in a jar, and put the lid on it, and put you over on the shelf and cover you up, or put you in the garbage tin or the trash tin or whatever works for you. There's no right and wrong thing with anything. It's always about what feels right to you is the right thing to do, regardless of what someone else tries to teach you or share with you. It's got to feel right to you because it's your issue. It's your thing that you're releasing, that you're dealing with, and you're allowing yourself to move forward. But just very quickly, Amber, before I go, I am seeing sort of a beautiful big pink heart coming in the early part of 2024. So that always indicates to me that new love is coming. So at least after this very toxic relationship, you're not frightened to sort of open your heart up and allow love in again. And that's a good thing. And that's a very, very positive thing. So if any other time that you get confused, if I can just go back to that presence in your house quickly, Amber, anytime that you get confused, upset, worried, or concerned about something like that, and even if you haven't got time to do the clearing that I've talked about, just say something religious. Even if you can't think of anything and you just say the Lord's Prayer, the Lord's Prayer, the Lord's Prayer, that will protect you from anything that is not a good energy. It will neutralize anything. So I want you to sort of just try and keep on board that you have the power, that there's nothing that can hurt you. So I hope that's helped you, Amber. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Okay, we're going to talk to Nikki now. Are you there, Nikki?
I am.
Nikki's from Idaho. How are you, Nikki? Do you have a question I can
Good.
answer
How
for
are
you,
you?
sweetie? I'm good, sweetie.
I was actually hoping for a medium reading if possible. I don't know if anyone would come through, but I recently lost my sister, and my ex-fiance also recently passed. So I was wondering, if there was any way to connect, maybe with my sister. I don't know. I know she struggled with mental illness, so I don't know how that comes into play with those kind of connections.
Nikki, it'd be lovely if I had a direct dial telephone and could just dial up your sister or your ex-fiance. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. What I can share with you is that even though Nikki might have struggled here on earth with, mental health issues and maybe wasn't always as honest with you and other family members at what stage she was at or how she was feeling, I can assure you now she will be at peace. She will have faced her demons, and everything now will be a lot better for her. Look, I know she's around you. Was she quite shy?
Not so much.
But with somebody she didn't know, was she more on the quieter side if there was someone around she didn't know?
I suppose, but I had not. We were very close when we were younger, but I had not seen her most of our adult life, so she may have become that way.
Yeah, because I've got somebody coming through that sort of is quite shy, quite reserved. They don't sort of want to come forward and give me any information. And that's why I assumed it was your sister, because she just kept nodding her head and smiling and sort of saying, I'm okay, I'm okay. So I assumed that was her, but she didn't want to elaborate on anything or talk about anything. She just wanted to let you know she was okay. And that's why I thought maybe she didn't like being around strangers too much. And that's not uncommon with somebody that's had a mental illness or, emotional illness,
she was
as I like to call it.
mistrusting she didn't trust strangers.
Right, that's what it is then. Okay. Because she didn't want to give me any information. She wanted to make sure that she got through to tell you she was okay. She had a smile on her face and that was it. She was gone. It was sort of like, and I took that as being shy, but mistrust would fit into the same sort of category. So as far as your ex-fiance, it's interesting because I feel he sort of caused his passing in some way.
Well, so I have two actually that both passed. One recently and one prior to that, and both of them actually, yes, I would agree with that. So I don't know which one it would be that would be.
It was partly my fault. That was all I got. I didn't get to see them. I just felt it was a male energy, and it was really fleeting. It was sort of like as if, well, there's the answer to your question. I'm off. I'm gone.
Yeah.
And that could probably apply to both of them then, if that's the case.
It would, yeah, definitely. Probably more so with the first one that had passed. Then it's been quite a few years, but but the other one too.
Age of time on the other side, in the way that we, have linear ways that we measure time here. To them, time is of no consequence. Whether it was 5 years ago or 5 minutes ago, it's all fresh. It's all new to them. It's timeless, if I can put it that way. So quickly before we go, Nikki, I want you to sort of now try and put yourself first now. It's time for you to start sort of opening yourself up, moving on with your life. I know there's been a lot of tragedy, but it's time now to try and put that behind you and move forward. There's nothing you could have done, even if you were in close contact with your sister, even in your adult life, that could have changed anything. You have no responsibility to any of these previous passings of people. It's just unfortunate. It's happened. But it's now your turn. So 2024 has got to be your year, Nikki. It's got to be where you start to make your dreams a reality. And they are really pushing that from the other side. There's a great crowd of them over there clapping and cheering and saying, Nikki, 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 come on, Nikki. So, they want you to sort of put yourself first. So I hope that helps you understand what that message is about coming from the other side, Nikki.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah. So, it's not easy when you got to try and put yourself first when you're not used to doing that. You really have to work hard at it. It becomes a mission
Right.
and it's not easy because we're taught not to be selfish. And this is not being selfish. This is about putting your needs first so that then when your needs are working well and are being satisfied, then you can help other people because there's more energy and more resources to go around. But we've got to put ourselves first at some stage or another.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
where we're going to leave. We're going to leave Nikki. Now, it's always hard when we lose somebody that we wonder whether they're okay and do they know I'm thinking of them and all those sort of things. The answer is I've never had anyone come through that told me that they weren't okay on the other side. They mightn't want to be there. They don't want to leave us, but they're certainly okay on the other side. So this week I want to leave you with a really interesting old song that came across my desk yesterday. And it was interesting because I always believed this band was from Motown in the USA. And it was only after I did a little bit of research, and we're going back to the early 60s, that I found this band was English, made up of white English people. Part of the band was from Sri Lanka, and part of the band was from another part of the West Indies. And they have a Motown sound, and it's called The Foundations. And the song that I'm going to leave you with this week now is called Baby, Now That I've Found You. And it's a beautiful song about love, and I'll just leave that song with you. But it's always nice when you find a little bit of history out about something and you find out that you were very wrong all these years, that you thought they were from the US and they were actually from the UK. So it's a beautiful song. They had many, many hit records, but that's one of my favorites. Baby, Now That I've Found You, I'm never going to let you go. So until next week, we're never going to let you go. Bye for now.
It's Kimberly Wagamakers. I'm back again with Moonstruck AR1 Radio, and I'm going to take callers because I'm not great at teaching. I love to tell